All right, let's see. This is on private. Let me make this public. And then we should be off to the races, ladies and gents. Let's see here. Video details. What's going on? Let's see. Analytics. This video didn't get any views in the last 27 days. We know that. What we're trying to do. Why are you I'm trying to get live chat. I don't know. Where'd it go? Where'd it go, guys? Let's see. Is a button being pressed or something? There we go. Reach, monetization, on, save that change, details. There it is, private, public. There we go. Save. And then let's get back to the show, shall we? There we go. All right. That should do it. We are live now, ladies and gents. We are live now. Let's see who will be the first to visit. See the first to visit Uncle Vincent. See, we got 5 on. Should be good. Should be good. Got my Red Bull going. Probably not going to sleep for the rest of the night. And I don't see anyone. Let's see. Got that. We got the stream going. We got that going. Okay, so that's good. We got everybody here. Eventually, the chat should be up, right? I think I solved the problem with our issues. So apparently, Elgato HD 60S is trash. When it comes to doing this stuff. So I was supposed to get the 60S Plus, but then there's also a 4K thingamajiggy. So I'm going to, what do you call that place? Let me see if I can get the chat working. I'm going to Best Buy tomorrow to pick up some what do you call it? I can't think. I'm going to Best Buy to pick up some, to pick up the thingamajiggy. I can't think right now. So that's on the way. Let's see. Let me copy this link. I'll be on in a second, guys. I'm going to just send this link to everybody on Facebook and Patreon so that you guys can see that I'm here, so that we can chill. Eaten by Ghouls, what's up? Squeeze Money, what's up? Isaac Bates in the house. Scoff Mom in the house. I was just telling everybody that I think I figured out my problem, and it's not our internet speed per se. It's the capture software that we've been using that's been the problem. So I was able to find a solution for that problem. Getting attacked on MA. What are you getting attacked on MA for? What are they attacking you for? Leave my man alone. They shouldn't be attacking you on anime, bro. What's up, Johnny Stout? Good to see you. I'm doing, you know, hey, I'm alive. You can't complain. Can't complain. I'm in a funny mood, though. I'm not going to lie. I'm in a funny mood. I'm not going to lie. But glad to see you guys are here. Glad to see you guys are watching. Need my village, folks. Need my village, folks. So yeah, I got some pretty good news. I got a lead on the game capture software. Pastor Muppets in the house. How you doing, Pastor? Not me. You were. Oh, I was getting slammed in the village. I was getting attacked on MA. I'm getting attacked on my own website. How real is that? I haven't been looking. I had a busy day today. I had a bunch of errands to run. But I mean, hey, it is what it is. I wonder what I'm getting attacked for now. Vin, you in the mood to crack some heads? Me too. What's up, Jambi? Pastor Muppets in the house, in the house, in the house. That's weird. Kellendross in the house. Vin's in a mood. We just need to get the big homie Dan to call in. Comedy will ensue. Well, Dan is my guy, so I don't know how much comedy would ensue with that one, because Dan is my man. So I don't know. But unless Dan's in the mood himself, is Dan in the mood too? Because if Dan's in the mood too, then that's a different issue. But I was telling everybody, Kel, that I found a solution to the problem that I've been having with, you know, all our broadcast issues and our syncing issues. Turns out that we bought the wrong game capture software. So we got the HD60 when we should have gotten the HD60S, apparently. So there you go. Yeah, you're in a bar fighting kind of mood. Just Gershock in the house. If you knew the things I knew, you'd take me prisoner. That's a pretty provocative line. That's a good job. Satanic Taffy. I'm in a fighting mood too. I bought a salad at Wawa and they loaded it up with way too much lettuce. You ever think about starting your own cults? I started my own cults a couple of years ago. And I'll tell you what, it's a very, 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 very hard thing to maintain in a cult, because people, you know, when you're the cult leader, people want you like 24/7 because you become everything for these people. So I literally got myself like in a situation, and I woke up one day and I was terrified because I was like, there's no way I can get out of this situation. But thankfully, basically Sori saved me out of it, so I was pretty happy with that. But holy shit, running a cult is not fun. Are we listening to music, chatting, or both? I'm just chatting today, bro. You know what I mean? I'm just chatting today. Just chilling with my homies. Chilling with the clan. Chilling with the crew. That type of thing. Amazon is killing me right now, bro. It's killing me. But how are you guys doing? What y'all on? What y'all doing? What's new in your guys' world? I've got the opportunity to get a 4K thingamajiggy, but then that would also mean we'd have to upgrade the camera. And it's kind of been 2 years, so I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. Not sure if I want to do that. Zombie in the house. Alan Thompson in the house. Ted Cruz's beard. Andrew Matthews in the house. We're currently in works on a new YouTube video just for the side. That's legit, bro. Yeah, that A$AP Rock guy is... I really like his flow, man. I really, really, really like his flow. I have hella respect for that dude. He's a badass rapper. I mean, I hope he's got more, songs. I hope he wasn't just a one-hit wonder, but it doesn't seem to me like lyrically. I feel like that guy's got a lot more in the tank than just that one song. So I really like that A$AP Rock song. Just came back from college courses. How's that going? Ted Cruz telling people not to be assholes is peak irony, let me tell you. Ted Cruz is telling people that? Did he use that word? Are we mad about children in cages or children in trailers? Yeah, I'm mad about all of it. I posted something about that on my Middle America page. And all the closet left-wing racists were going out doing their best to defend Mr. Biden. But that's another topic, I guess. He said that exact phrase. Holy moly. Okay, so folks, we're not supposed to be assholes to him now that he's in a vulnerable situation because he turned tail and ran to Mexico, of all places, when, I mean, look, optically speaking, it's terrible. But I talked to my brother. My brother's down there in Houston. Now, keep in mind, my brother is, like most people in his very, very small subculture, far right, you could say. But he's saying that people are more mad at the governor than they were at Cruz. You know, a website designer for the guy at the dealership, he was asking. I know a couple website designers, bro. Biden actually said something recently that made me think, dude. I mean, Biden has always been that way. What's your favorite movie and why? Probably The Matrix or probably Enter the Dragon, Bruce Lee. It's like one of the first movies I saw when I came to this country, and like that set me on the trajectory for martial arts, man. That was crazy. What's your opinion on government-funded Mondo films like Buried in the Sand and Africa Adido? I find them intriguing. Might send you an email about them so we can go more in depth. I have no idea. A$AP Rock has been one of the most famous rappers in the last few years, not a one-hit wonder. Yeah, it shows how like out of the game I am. But I really, 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 really enjoyed that song, man. He did a really good job on that song. Cruz is a Zodiac killer. Would not surprise me, bro, to be honest with you. Would not surprise me. Understandable. The governor didn't call the mayor of Dallas. Biden has done more, so... Chris in the house. Finally caught a fireside on my day off. Can you react to Lamb of God, Faded Line? I'm pretty sure a Lamb of God song is coming up pretty soon. Brian Sevilla in the house. Fabio. Well, I love Brazil too. Thank you. Thank you very much, Brazil. Whole damn country likes me. That's good. Glad somebody likes me. That's good. Good, Joe. Doing good. Ted Cruz versus Tom Cruise. Who you got? Well, I got one. Look, I'm going to go with Tom Cruise every day of the week. Say what you want about the whole, Scientology thing, but anybody that's got that level of, like, commitment to a cause or whatever, I'm down. Have you ever reacted to a song you forgot you already reacted to? Yes. We've done over... We're closing in on, like, 1,800 songs. I forgot what the count was. And we did. It was a Aerosmith song, I think. I looked at the comments and people were like, you've already reacted to that one. So, yeah. Have you ever considered visiting Poland for a trip? Well, probably something having to do with Nergal, but all my friends in the channel from Europe are not in Poland. So I don't know how close we are to Poland. Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, Chris. LOG is coming real soon. Thank you for the super chat, my guy. What's up, Ted Talica? Ignacio, we did a lot of Guns N' Roses, actually. I was like slowly becoming a Guns N' Roses fan. And then Guns N' Roses hit us with a copyright strike. Not a like a copyright claim, which is fine, which what happens to all of our videos, but a copyright strike, which was not good. So we stopped doing Guns N' Roses. I heard from my Texas fam, finally they're doing all right, thankfully. They lost the trees that survived Harvey, so that's sad. Yeah, bro, that was no joke. Vin can't go to Poland, they don't believe in gays. With the passing of EVH, is there another player or group of players that can fill the giant void with comparable panache and zeal? EVH? Who's EVH? Who is EVH? Did somebody die? I don't know who EVH is. Oh, Eddie Van Halen. Oh. See, I was thinking sports, so I went to ESPN. Eddie Van Halen. To be honest with you, I'm not a guitar connoisseur, so I know, like, historically that dude was mega important to, you know, metal and guitar and the evolution of guitar and stuff, but yeah, I'm not certain about how deep the impact was. So, like, for me to talk about it would be kind of pretentious because I truly don't know. I do know that the dude was, I mean, mega gifted. He changed the genre for sure. Hey, John, good to see you, buddy. Would you ever listen to the Christian equivalent of Bohemian Rhapsody? It's got choruses, riffs, screams, everything. It's Yahweh by Stryper. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be close to the idea. Love your Cradle of Filth, Danny's lyrics rule. Yeah, man, Cradle, I mean, they're the best in the business as far as lyrically going. Like, nobody can really compete with him on any level, I don't think. And I also believe that if Danny Filth wanted to rap, that he would be a legitimate top 5 rapper. I truly believe that. So, yeah. I did hear about John Schaefer, and we were pretty close to having some really cool stuff happen, and then January 6th happened. So, yeah, not good. Not good at all. I think the favorite video was a De-Christianize react. De-Christianize. I forgot who did that one. Talked about Tiger Woods yet? No, I didn't talk about the homie. I mean, I know he got into a car accident and all the rest of it. But I'm not sure about anything else that happened to him. But he's alive, so that's good. Hey, from Poland, what's up? How do you say hi in Polish? Hey, from Peru, what's up? What's up? My first live, kind of confused what's going on. Can you recap? Nothing's happening, Ramos. We're just chilling, bro. We're just hanging out. Have we ever reacted to Immortal Technique? I think we did one Immortal Technique song. I'm not sure. The last words Dimebag and Vinnie Paul said to each other was Van Halen. Dimebag was buried with EVH's guitar in a Kiss casket. Holy shit, that's crazy. Wow. I'd imagine it's not good being a golfer to have compound fractures in both legs. Oh, compound fractures in both legs. That's going to suck. That is going to suck bad. Compound fractures suck. In Poland, Maine, we say hi to say hi. Any words of inspiration? I need to pick me up. I'm struggling. I'm struggling too, bro. I think my words of inspiration would be: you got 140 people here who have all been through it, and you're gonna be back here next week, offering an encouraging word to somebody who's struggling too, because you're gonna get through whatever it is you're getting through. Personal question: will you ever let Shorty drive your kids ever again? That is a personal question. Not for the near future. Not for the near future, bro. Israel is limiting vaccinations to Palestinians. Why would Biden be okay with this? Would you take Tom McDonald over Eminem, considering the only rapper you react to is Tom? Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Would I take Tom McDonald over Eminem? I think Tom McDonald is more relevant than Eminem is now. I don't really... To me, Eminem is a strange kind of thing, because I feel like Eminem is a top 3, one of the most gifted rappers we've ever seen. I'm not certain about what's happening with the last couple of records he's done. Now, I mean, honestly, I'm almost exclusively listening to metal now. So some of this might be me just being out of the loop. I mean, I guess this ASAP Rock guy was a pretty big deal, and I had no idea who he was. So I just feel like I think Tom McDonald honestly has about 2% of Eminem's skills, and that's not a diss to Tom McDonald, because I feel like I have like 8% of Eminem's skills. But I mean, lyrically, he's nowhere near Eminem. But as far as like being up to date on things and speaking on things, and oddly enough, speaking for the disenfranchised, I think one of the things about Eminem is that when he started rapping, or when he got big, his group was a disenfranchised group. But now Eminem's group is not the disenfranchised group. Tom McDonald is speaking for the disenfranchised group, or the people who feel that they're actually disenfranchised. People who feel that being banned on Twitter or something is like some horrible civil rights struggle. So now he's speaking for them. And so, I just think Tom McDonald is a guy, like, in our community, like, every once in a while I get together with people that are, I don't know, people call them influencers and things like that. And all of us kind of plugged a hole somewhere, like we have like the long form sort of philosophical, we're bringing sort of the philosophical, flavor to the reaction space. And then Sori's still bringing that like innocent, I don't know anything about metal. And so us combined, what was filling a certain gap in certain spaces. And then I've got another friend who's in a completely different genre, and he's filled a gap that, was like wide open. And I just think that Tom McDonald is one of those people, like, he saw a gap and he did a really, really good job with filling it. And then, and I think it's like, is it gonna be a thing where like, he's gonna have like 10 albums worth of material? I don't think so, because the last 2 or 3 songs that I've heard from him, they're kind of all, similar. So as long as that angst is going around, and you're gonna have 4 years of Biden administration at least, right? So as long as that kind of angst is there, I think he's gonna do a very, very good job. And so for that reason, I think he's a lot more relevant than Eminem now. But as far as like skill wise, I mean, I don't think that that's a question. Like, skill wise, Eminem is, I put Eminem in the room with Jay and Big, and that's a pretty exclusive room. And Tom McDonald is nowhere near that. But who's more relevant, MJ, Big, or Tom McDonald? Tom McDonald is absolutely more relevant than all 3 of them combined, really. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. Hey. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, did you get the summons yet? Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna have anything on you. I mean, you weren't inebriated, you weren't drunk. You have, they put vision impaired thing, but you have glasses. You were wearing your glasses when it happened, so you know. I just think that they just couldn't believe, because they're not used to you and how you operate, so they couldn't believe that you weren't inebriated. They were they were certain that you were. And I even told them when I was there to pick up the kids, I'm like, she's not. I guarantee you, she would never do that. But as soon as you get the paperwork, man, just send it to me, and I'll see about getting a lawyer. You'd be all right. Well, they so the ticket. So does the ticket have a court date on it? Okay, so send me screenshots of that, and I'll have our attorney look over it to see if we even need him. I doubt very highly we'll need her, but if we need her, we'll get her. It's fine. We've been using her for, whatever. So yeah, we'll yeah, we'll figure out a way. Like right now, it might just be something where, we send them $600 and the city calls it good. It just depends on what the language is. Just give me the screenshots and then we'll figure it out later. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yep. What do you mean, Tupac? Tupac over Jay Z lyrically, Kellen Dross? Come on, man. Come on. Like, look, if you want to talk about like lyrically, Ice Cube, right? Like Ice Cube is uncontested. The guy was a crazy lyricist. Cube, America's Most Wanted, like that record lyrically, Tupac, no, Tupac was like the Malcolm X of rap. Tupac was the Malcolm X of rap for sure. I mean, I would say that. But as far as like lyrical ability, no, I just don't. I don't think so. I had to pay 6K for my DUI. Yeah, I mean, she wasn't under any influence other than herself, so she's gonna be okay. Just a weird situation, man, because it's like you're the ex, you're calling me for whatever, but this is the last thing I told her mom. I promised her mom I'd take care of her, so whether we're together or not, I'm gonna take care of her. So what can you do? By your religious standards and belief, who was the most purest human being, Mother Teresa, Muhammad Ali, Gandhi, or anyone else? Well, Mother Teresa and Gandhi had some serious, serious, serious issues, man. Um, so I don't know. I can't. That whole like judge not thing like works the other way too. Like I can't say like who was a pure soul or blah blah blah. I'll take Malcolm over all those guys, but obviously Mother Teresa and Gandhi did great things in the world, and you can't take that from them. But yeah, Gandhi was a racist, but he was a person of his time, and I think most of us are racist anyway to a degree. So it is what it is. Jay Z ain't got nothing on Pac. Of all the things I thought we might disagree on, rap wasn't what I was thinking. Okay, give me one song where Tupac lyrically had anything even close to friend or foe. Like, I don't want to be funny here, Kel, but how much actual rap have you actually listened to? I'm not being weird, but I've never even heard anybody try to argue that Tupac was lyrically on the level of Jay Z. Yeah, hit him up. I mean, Tech Nine is another. Tech Nine is another guy that like. Yeah, So Many Tears is an emotional song. It's not a lyrical song. It's an emotional song, and again, it's I'm somebody from New York City, so I'm big on lyricism. Lyricism and wordplay and things like that. So I'm gonna default to a guy that can do well with word. I think that Aesop Rock guy is a better lyricist than Tupac by a mile. Lyrically, I think Aesop Rock is way more of a intricate rapper than Tupac was. Nas, yeah, Big, yeah. To me, Big is the greatest. Big L, yeah, Big L is good. Yeah, I mean, Big L, another guy lyrically, he just died before he was able to get that massive exposure. So I don't mention Big L because not a lot of people know who Big L is. But yeah, Big L, I wouldn't say he wipes the floor with Jay, but I mean, Jay used some of Big L's lines, right? All I got for chicks and bubblegum, that was a Big L line. Jay isn't that great of a lyricist. Okay, all right. I mean, it's art. Everybody, can whatever. I just don't think you or Ben have listened to much Jay to say that Jay wasn't that good of a lyricist, but Pac was a good lyricist. I've never ran into a hip hop head that's ever even tried to say that Pac was a lyricist. I mean, there isn't much difference between Big and Jay lyrically. Like when they did songs together, they were pretty much toe to toe. Do you think he should release a single before continuing acting career? I mean, I don't think that Cube has the. I feel like Cube is one of those guys that's best when he's angry. And I just think that he's so rich now, and he's had so many cool experiences, and now his son is into acting and is established actor of his own. I just don't think he's mad anymore, So you're not gonna get that America's Most Wanted Ice Cube type rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just gonna get a guy who can do it, but he's not gonna have that, Oh, I'm Joey Jordison all day. Joey Jordison over Jay Weinberg all day. I'm always going to go to the original lineup, right? Like, for example, what's his, like the new drummer on Korn, Ray Luzier or whatever, ran into him a little bit back. He's a great guy. Dude's a Christian. I didn't even know that, but he's obviously, as far as technical prowess, like, miles ahead of David was, but I still say David. You know what I'm saying? She saw my necklace and started reacting. Now that's what the fuck I call a chain reaction. Get it? Saw my necklace, started reacting. That's what I call a chain reaction. Jay-Z was crazy, man. Jay-Z, he was insane. Plan to go to my first Megadeth concert this summer. What do you think of it? Oh, man. I'd go there with you, bro. I'd love to go to a Megadeth concert with you. That would be legit. Yeah. Sean is right again. Big pun. Like, lyrically, big pun. Like, yeah. Tupac is not on my top 30 for lyricists. Like, Tupac was more visceral. Tupac was actually more metal. Tupac would be great as a metal guy because his lyrics were so visceral. Dear Mama, Brenda's got a baby. They were not complex. I think the difference is, like, for me, Jay is like Eddie Van Halen and Tupac was like nu metal as far as complexity of lyricism goes. Does nu metal move me? Absolutely. Does it get my, get you hot blooded and makes you mosh? Yup. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. But then when you start like getting down into the rabbit hole of like actual like metal, you're like, oh, okay, well this is something different. Like these guys are on completely different planets, and that's, Tupac is the kind of guy that you could listen to him and say, yeah, I could do that. Like you could listen to the Blind Riff and go, yeah, I could do that. But then there's other stuff like with Lamb of God or whatever, or some of these progressive Nabla Viscaris or whatever, where you're like, holy shit, I could never do that, right? And like that's a difference between Tupac and a guy like Jay-Z or Pac and Big or Big Pun, and it's just completely different. Mustaine dropped Dean and moved to Gibson. Kanye is up there as the most innovative lyrically, not as much. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, I agree. You don't get the J love. What do you mean? How much Kellen Dress, be honest, how much Jay-Z have you actually listened to? Like Reasonable Doubt. Like, did you actually listen to that record? Now, I'm not trying to be funny. Jay-Z is more like Slash in terms of style, super flashy, incredibly basic, and praises one of the greats despite being mediocre. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. You guys must not. You guys must be talking about like later J, MTV J. I'm talking about Marcy Project's friend or foe J. I'm talking Streets is Mine J. I'm not talking about like the later stuff. I'm talking about the J I grew up with. Like In My Lifetime Volume 1 and 2. Like that stuff, like you guys must not have heard. You must not have heard it. You must. There's no way. There's no way. Vin, have you seen the YouTuber 10-second songs, a fellow metalhead rendition of Rap God performed in 40 styles? If not, check it out. It's awesome. No, but I'll have to check it out if you said it. Outcast. Oh yeah, I love Outcast. Outcast is good too. Did you see the Papa from Ghost Rolling Stone Sympathy for the Devil cover? No, but somebody was telling us to do that. I might do that. We might do that pretty soon here. Gangstar. Yo, my brother was a big Gangstar fan. I could never ever listen to Gangstar. He would like be rolling right now if talking about you Buscats. We all know that's a Kyla crap. Yeah, Gangstar was that was my brother's man. He used to play that over and over and over and over again. I could not understand why. Yeah, Sci-Fi Crimes, Goth Mom. There's that song about the Mexico one, Mexicali Blues or something like that. Yeah. Andre 3000. Yeah. Those Outcasts had it locked down for a long time. Yeah, knowing Jay-Z since 2002 is still pretty late, but I mean, mediocre. Jay-Z's lyrics were mediocre. What song? Name one song from the Blueprint that had mediocre lyrics, Gersh. You need to react to the Hughes cover of Sad But True. Did we do a Hughes song yet? KRS-One was the first guy. Yeah. Crucial Conflict. Okay. I think I probably would have liked Crucial Conflict, but I was such a Bone Thugs and Harmony stan that like I was like, no way. Especially once they started beefing with Bone. I'm like, nah, you guys suck. I've never listened to like anything from theirs. I think they did one song like about Po Pimp, I think was the name of the song or something like that. Shit was trash, bro. As far as Jay-Z goes, I haven't listened to him in a long time. I'd say the last relevant album Jay-Z did was a Blueprint. Okay, well that changes things, right? Because that means you weren't there during the Reasonable Doubt era. You weren't there doing the In My Lifetime Volume 1, Volume 2. Like, that was before. That's before he realized that he was saying shit nobody understood. And so the reason that Mace and all these other people was making millions of dollars was because they were, you know, lowering the standard a bit so that they could be more accessible. Once he figured that out, then he was more accessible. But lyrically, nobody could fuck with Jay-Z. Nobody. Pope Pip, that's do or die. Yeah, actually, right. Yeah, Jay-Z was ghostwriting for half of your favorite rappers. You know what I'm saying? Like, to say Jay-Z is lyrically mediocre, I'm not even a Jay-Z fan, so I'm not really offended by it. It's just wrong. Oh yeah, Triumph, that that first verse, man, was a classic. Like 97 when that dropped, that verse was a classic. Everybody knew that verse. You going down the hallways of Truman High School, you hear cats, I bomb atomically, Socrates' philosophies and hypotheses can't define how with Japanese mockery, lyrically perform armed robbery. Like, this shit was crazy, man. That song. I mean, the thing about Wu-Tang is that you would have songs like Triumph, right? You God's verse was crazy. Mess verse was crazy. As the world turns, I spread like germs. Bless the globe with the pestilence. Like, and then you'd have other shit like, some of the other verses on that song were just trash. Just like horrible trash. No, I Mystical was okay. I think Mystical was, he had his own style. That was the thing about like the whole Master P era, is all those guys had their own style. Like Silk the Shocker, I thought he was trash, but he had his own style. P had his own style. Mystical obviously had his own style. Like, they weren't necessarily like really, really, really good rappers, but they were trying to do something. You'd have to be a massive narcissist for Jay-Z's lyrics to speak to you. Yeah, again, Gersh, like that's you not understanding a lot of Jay-Z's catalog. Right? Like that's you not understanding, like, In My Lifetime Volume 1. That was an extremely cathartic record that was really talking about a lot of the shit that a lot of us are going through on the streets, and like having your friends die and going to funerals and looking at caskets and shit. Like, that record was crazy. But if you didn't live that life and you didn't know that version of Jay-Z, then obviously, if you only know like later Jay-Z that was, was basically out to make millions of dollars, then yeah. But Jigga was y'all are crazy. Streets is watching. Y'all are killing me. Method Man and Redman, yes, man. Doug knows. Missy Elliott, yup. No, I mean, All Eyes on Me. I'm talking about like lyrical complexity. Like, the first Korn record is a classic record, but nobody is saying that Brian's guitar work on the first Korn record was like a virtuoso performance. Like, we understand that it was a great record. Ross Robinson got lightning in a bottle. But nobody's going to say, oh, that right there is like some crazy guitar work. Nobody's going to say. They're going to say, yo, they found something different to do with the guitar. They found a different style. They stripped everything down and made it really raw and all that. But nobody's going to say, oh, yeah, that guy, yeah, he's on Eddie Van Halen's level. Like, that's a difference between Tupac and Jay-Z and Biggie. What do I think of death metal versus thrash metal? Well, you know what's interesting is I don't think I like thrash metal a lot. I think I like Slayer and I like thrash Metallica, but I'm not sure that outside of those two that I really like thrash metal, to be honest with you. I love death metal. Especially, there's a European style of death metal. I forgot what people called it, but that's my favorite because it's got the melody with it as well. Right, Kel. So for you, it's not all about the lyrics, right? For me, where I come from, it's about the lyrical complexity and things like that. So when I look at like the Aesop rock song, like there are so many little double and triple entendres there and plays on words and accentuation and all this. And I'm like, oh, that's the shit that I love. Early Eminem, same thing. Like, that's what so that's where I'm coming from. If you're coming from if you're emphasizing a different thing, Swedish, the Swedish stuff, the Swedish melodic death metal, I think is my favorite version of death metal. Right, Lupe Fiasco is another one, right? Like Lupe is another one. Like I love the Chicago rappers, like because it's really visceral and it really captures a certain type of like energy, but they're not very lyrical guys. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not guys that write stuff to where you're like, holy shit, I could never say that. Like I could never come up with that. You know what I mean? But they got the energy, right? So I don't know. What are your thoughts on the rapper Logic? Amazing lyricist. Yeah, Logic is another like really, really, really amazing lyricist that I love. I've never heard anyone say that Jay is better than Tupac until today. I mean, go to the Bronx, bro. When you were down in Houston, did you ever get into the screw stuff? No. When I was down in Houston, man, I was zipped up. I was squared away, bro. I was like focused. Like you wouldn't believe. Like you wouldn't. J. Rue the Damager. I was out on J. Rue when he was beefing with Big. I was like, nah, I'm out, bro. I'm out. J. Rue, I'm sure he was good or whatever. I just never gave him a chance because him and Biggie had that beef. Tupac was the absolute GOAT when it came to bringing the hardships of the ghetto to his listeners. Jay-Z just saw stuff that was working and thought, yeah, I can water that down a bit. Huh? Okay, Gershock. Did you listen to In My Lifetime Volume 1? Serious question. Marilyn Manson is the greatest rapper of all time. I don't know, bro. Marilyn Manson, look, I think, the Manson thing is such a crazy, crazy situation. But, yeah, I'd say this. I'd say Manson is a better rapper than a lot of the dudes here. I'd say it that way. A lot of the new cats. So you listen to In My Lifetime Volume 1, and you're saying that Where I'm From is a watered down version of Tupac style? Huh? And here's the other thing about Tupac that people don't understand. Tupac was not a real live gangster. Tupac was not a gangster. Tupac was, when he was in New York, New Jersey, he was on the Thespian Club with Jada Pinkett. Like, he was not a straight dude. Like, Tupac didn't grow up in the gutter. Like, and that's the reason why Tupac was so articulate, was he didn't grow up in the gutter. Tupac was cultured. He had a lot of stuff behind him, the Black Panther heritage that he had. So Tupac had a broader range of consciousness, But Tupac was a rapper who couldn't decide if he was going to be conscious or if he was just going to be a street dude, because he didn't grow up with his dad, and so just like all of us, he only had street dudes to look to as examples of masculinity. But you can listen to, I was just listening to an interview with the guys that was with Pac the day that he died, and one of the main reasons that Pac got shot, you think about this. Orlando Anderson, who is, Crip, he was an actual gangster and he was a known killer. But if you look at that video, there were so many dudes that jumped on Orlando Anderson that night. So if you don't know, Orlando Anderson was the guy that shot and killed Tupac. Okay, I mean that's solved. Everybody knows Orlando Anderson, because he was a real life gangster, ended up getting killed himself in like a triple murder. But here's one of the things that people don't understand about why Tupac died. So Orlando Anderson's a Crip. Suge Knight, who is Tupac's manager, he's a Blood, right? And so he's got nothing but Bloods around him. They were these Pyru Bloods over there, right? And so obviously these guys got beef with each other. So they run up on Orlando Anderson in the MGM Grand Ball or whatever. They start kicking the shit out of this kid, right? Beating him up, blah, blah, blah. Pac jumps in at the end and starts stomping him out. And Tupac is the only one that they went after. You know why? And I can give you guys links to the video. It's because, and this is truly crazy, that a guy with this much talent and this much to give to the world, who was really just starting, he was 24 when he got clipped. Here's the reason. So Orlando Anderson's uncle was in the car with him. He was actually the one driving the car. And this is what he was saying. When they were in the car looking for Pac specifically, they said, we cannot go back to the hood with the knowledge that Tupac was part of it, because he's a rapper, he's not a gangster. The people that were beating the hell out of Orlando Anderson before were actual gangsters. And it was like, hey, I got caught slipping, blah, blah, blah. But the fact that Tupac jumped in when everybody knows that Tupac wasn't a real live gangster, they couldn't have that. And so they went after Tupac and killed him. That's why he died. So, like, I get it, man. Like, if you're on the outside looking in and, Tupac, blah, 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 he's got the thug life thing and he's got the bandanas. Tupac was never a gangster. But he was a guy who was, this is going to sound self-serving, but it's what I say about myself all the time, right? I had a mother who kind of had that Black Panther type of thing, and I had a broader perspective than all of my friends or whatever. And I say all the time, like, I was down there, I did stuff, but I was never a gangster. Yeah, we got into shit, but I was never a gangster. It's because I had a mother who had like this broad, like Pan-African, pro-Black type of thing, and I'm not going to join some gang where somebody could tell me what to do, blah, blah, blah. Plus, I didn't want to go to jail, and I didn't want to die. I would have never done something like that. But, so, like, that's part of the reason for me with Tupac, where I'm like, because when you're in New York, like, New York is not a very big city. So you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody, right? Or like these guys talk about Marcy projects, like Big and Jay were in Marcy projects. I was in the Edenwald projects. Like, you can go to Marcy to this day and hang out with people that sold drugs with Jay and got into shootouts with Jay and all the rest of it. Like, he was real. That was the shit he was doing. He wasn't, going to acting class and shit with Jada Pinkett when he was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys were holding their first gun when they were 8 or 9. Pac was like me. You had your first gun when you were like, freshman year of high school. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a little bit, it's like a different, it's just different. They all come from like different worlds and things like that. So when I hear Tupac talk about the streets, Tupac is talking about the streets from a guy who's like observing on the outside. He was never, Tupac's first real taste of street life was, unfortunately, when he died. You know what I'm saying? Eazy-E was legit, of course. Eazy-E was a real gangster. He wasn't a very good rapper, which is why Cube had to write all of his shit. But, you know. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. It depends, right, Gersh? If you say, who do you think spread, like, who do you think had the capability to lift the culture? I don't think there's anybody even close to Tupac as far as what he was capable of doing. Tupac was trying to do stuff like that. Jay and Big would come out and tell you, like, I don't give a fuck about it. Yeah, I don't want to get money, bro. I'm trying to get rich. Like, they didn't care about, like, being socially conscious or anything like that. I mean, it's cool to do it now, but Pac was doing it way back. So, as far as, it just depends on what you're asking about. The conversation Kel and I were having was about lyricism. As a lyricist, Tupac was not a good lyricist as far as, like, his rhyme schemes and things like that were extremely basic. You claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife. Like, bad boy, all y'all niggas fucked for life. Like, okay. All right. Versus Big, who was saying, like, got the new Hummer in the summer when I was a newcomer then. Like, that rhyme scheme is insane. And that particular rhyme scheme that he used in that song, the third verse of that song, the only other rapper I've ever seen even attempt to use that complex of a rhyme scheme was Eminem. And he did a damn good job on it. But it's on a song that nobody hears about. But it's shit like that where when you're on the train and people are like, yo, did you hear that? Nobody's ever done that before, blah, blah, blah. That's the shit that people in New York are talking about. So, again, it's like, it just depends on what you're talking about. If somebody says, who's your favorite guitarist? I'm going to say Head's my favorite guitarist because his guitar work brought out the most emotion in me. But do I think that Head is the best guitarist of all time? Of course not. Of course not. Right. Tupac's lyrics were supposed to be basic. Right. I agree. But Gershock, what we were talking about was lyricism. We were not talking about, the other categories. That's another thing. Big had entire great albums. Pac had about 4 or 5 songs. I agree with that. Do you watch battle rap? Yeah. The battle rappers now, man. Holy shit. These guys, I mean, God almighty. I mean, when you look at current battle rap and then you look at, like, even the battles like Ether versus, Super Ugly or whatever, it's like, it's not even close. These battle rappers are insanely gifted. It's unbelievable. Korn did a song with Biggie? I didn't know that. Do I have love for M? Yeah, I think Eminem lyrically is in a very small group of people. You're laying on the top of short like leprechauns as I cuss so-called Willie Stuggs and Rapper Don. Get in that ass quick fast like Ramadan. Forget it. Like, people don't even know what he's talking about. Get in that ass quick fast like Ramadan. Holy shit. It's that rap phenomenon. Don Donna. Fuck Papa. You gotta call me Francis M.H. White. Can't take like totes. Tote iron. Now, Biggie, greatest of all time. Unbelievable. Korn did a song with Cube. Korn did 2 songs with Cube. Korn did a song with Cube on the Life is Peachy record, The Wicked. And then Children of the Corn, they did too. Bone Thugs had the best flow. I agree. Yeah, there's this Dutch rapper that I really, really love. Actually, there's this Dutch rapper that really inspired me to do. It's a song I wrote for Sori's birthday, and it was based on a song from this Dutch rapper who was like, it's one of the best songs. It's a top like, I don't know. It's like a top 5 song, and I only know like 5% of the lyrics, but he just did such a really good job on it. And I like, that song's actually going to get released though. That song is actually going to be released. There's a couple songs I'll never release, but that one is. We're making a video for it and everything. Why does Israel get so much control of Palestine? That's because they have a bully of a big brother in the United States, and there's really nothing that anybody can do about it. That's the short answer. I doubt Eminem's Trump diss was publicity. He's done political songs in the past that are anti-Bush, for example. That Mosh song was, see, that's the different, like, okay, so the Mosh song, right? That was Eminem in like his Tupac phase. Like, he's going to be conscious and he's going to deal with something. But lyrically, that song was also superb. That's the difference. Like, that's the difference between, that's why Pac is not in my top 20. Like, when Eminem wanted to become socially conscious, he was still the greatest rapper and the greatest lyricist while being socially conscious, while reaching a large group of people. If Biggie wanted to be socially conscious, he could have done it too. He just never had the time to mature, because again, these guys died when they were 24, you know? Hey, we got to call in the big homie Gershock in the house. Talk to him, brother minister.
How's it going?
Chilling, bro. Long time no see. What you on?
What am I on? I guess something, because we are not seeing eye to eye.
I know. What's up with that? My man Gershock, my brother. My brother.
Because, like, I was making several points, but, like, it's hard to, like, keep them all organized when they just sort of scroll by as fast as the chat does.
I know. We got 130 people in the chat, bro.
So where were we? Right. Jay-Z. Yeah, kind of basic. Just to start things off.
Jay-Z is a basic rapper. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I said Jay-Z's a basic rapper.
Jay-Z is a basic lyricist. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, and by the way, it's funny that you were like, 2002 is a little late to get into him. Dude, I was in elementary school. That's like, how much earlier do I need to get into him, right? Do I need to hear that while I'm, like, learning ABCs?
Okay. Okay, I understand that. But for you to say that Jay-Z is basic is insane.
To be honest, that is a little bit embellished. I do want to come on the record at least to say that Jay-Z is pretty good for his time. That's kind of the nicest thing I'll say, is that for all the other rappers from like the mid to late 90s, he was pretty good. And that's kind of the thing, is that if you look back on that kind of stuff today and then judge him off of today's standards, you kind of have to realize that that stuff has aged, like all of it has. It's, you know, you could always look at it from the nostalgia of having been there from the whole entire time it happened. But think about people who are like growing up with what they have nowadays and then realize, oh, it's just another rapper talking about what it's like growing up in the ghetto, having like all these really horrible things. And yes, he's really good at putting rhymes together, but you know what? So is just the entire German language. You might as well like listen to some German rap if you just want rhyming all the time. But it's not really the problem for me.
What rapper today is makes Jay-Z's music sound dated?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get to that in a second, because I'm just gonna say I don't actually have a problem with you having a preference for Jay-Z. It's more so when you're just putting Jay-Z and Tupac next to each other as a way to somehow put Tupac down, that I'm like, okay, this motherfucker.
Well, no, I don't look at it as putting Tupac down. If the question is who did more for the culture, who was more of a conscious rapper, then obviously I would say Tupac. But the discussion Kel and I were having was lyricism.
No, your discussion was who's a better rapper, and your parameters for what makes a better rapper has a lot more to do with clever wordplay and just like constantly going off of really hard stuff, and not so much to do with the underlying themes or messages of those songs. I don't exactly know how many more messages Jay-Z could possibly say other than, this is why I'm fucking the shit, this is why you ain't shit, this is why I grew up in the hard place and I got myself out of that because I'm a smart, successful man, and if you think you can step to me, you ain't shit. I don't know how many more ways he could say that in his discography. Like, after a while, he does pretty much release the same damn album every damn year. Tupac, on the other hand,
that's completely untrue.
He had stuff to say.
That's completely untrue.
It's untrue that Tupac had stuff to say?
No, it's untrue that that's what Jay-Z talks about. What are you talking about?
Are you saying Jay-Z has never once talked about that?
Have you heard the song Lucky Me?
Lucky Me. You mean from, like, which album was that one? No. You know what? I ain't playing this game. Which song is Lucky Me? Explain it.
Where he's talking about the exigencies of fame and how it's not as what it's all cracked up to be.
Okay.
That's him. That's him saying, "I'm better than you. I'm a badass." Blah blah blah.
How fame is not cracked up what it's to be. Why is he even talking about that in the first place? Is him talking about his high status in life being a burden to him at all? Anything but a flex?
No, because he's telling people, like, just because you have money doesn't mean you're going to be happy. What did it cost you to get there?
What did it cost you to get there? I mean, that's the thing, is that's not exactly...
He's talking about selling your soul. He's talking about selling your soul for $1 and the consequences of that.
Dude,
that's
musicians have been talking about selling them souls since the Delta Blues era of the 1910s.
But wait a second, X, you characterized him as saying, "I'm a badass, don't come to me, blah, blah, blah." But you clearly are not familiar.
That's what he does.
You're clearly not familiar with his more contemplative songs.
Oh, no, dude, we could all just sort of dig into the deep cuts of any rapper and be like, see, look at this one little...
No, the whole record was like that.
I know the whole record was like that. That's still him talking about being in a huge status.
No, he's what my brother. The first Korn record, right? Is Jonathan talking about the shit that he went through when he was.
Why are we talking about Korn, dude?
Well, we're making an analogy, right? Like, the first Korn record is.
It's fine if you make an analogy of Korn, but I'm going to get back to my analogy of Tupac if you're all right with that.
Well, no, just hear me out for a second. All an artist has to draw from is their experiences, right?
Yeah.
So, "Freak on a Leash," was that a good song or no?
Was that a good song? I mean, his experiences were just the same thing. I'm not saying that he wasn't fucking cocky as hell in that song. I still like it.
So a rich person can no longer talk about anything because they're rich now.
I did not say anything about that. Dude, Jay-Z can rap about whatever the hell he wants. Doesn't mean I gotta like it.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that you're really familiar with a lot of his catalog, my guy.
I'm not familiar with all of it exactly. I don't exactly feel as if you have to finish somebody's catalog to kind of get what their point is.
And are you saying that Tupac was walking around? Tupac wasn't walking around saying he was a badass?
Older stuff, dude. What about the newer stuff? Are we excluding the newer stuff, or are we just talking about like his prime era? Like,
wait,
is this Michael Jordan argument?
Are you saying that Tupac wasn't saying "I'm a badass"? You do know he came out with a record called "All Eyes on Me."
Of course, he was talking about being a badass.
Okay, so so when Jay-Z does it, he's bad because he's flexing. But when Tupac does it, he's a classic rapper.
Does it gets old. I never said that Jay-Z was bad. I said that it gets old, and compared to Tupac, it's really not that much of a competition.
Okay, name a Tupac record.
No, not doing this name Tupac stuff. I was gonna do my analogy after the
Okay,
one.
do your analogy.
So the thing that I really come back to is that if we're really comparing Jay-Z to Tupac, the thing I would always say is, what exactly is it that you look for in an artist? Do you look for their skills, their tactician, and their sort of, I guess, wokeness when it comes to that kind of stuff? Do you just want somebody who's really good at rhyming really fast with a lot of different word plays and analogies? Do you want somebody who has lived through, like, do you want someone who's not even so much of an artist as they are just a commentator on life?
Well, I think with Jay-Z, you don't have to choose. Because if you want to look at what mood he's in, what you're talking about is the Jay-Z that people, no disrespect, but that were introduced to white people who were watching MTV. I'm talking about the Jay-Z who was playing on Hot 97 and 98, 99. That's not the same person, right? So if he's talking about, you got a bunch of rappers who are glorifying the drug game. Now, Jay-Z was actually in the drug game, right? So he's like, okay, let's talk about the drug game. You're going to get a lot of money, cars, bitches, great. You can also bury your best friend. You can also talk to the mother of your best friend that you grew up in, and all you have left to give her is, cufflinks from your friend because he went to do a deal with you and he got killed and you made it out alive. Like, so this idea that Jay-Z is like, oh, I'm a badass. Like, no, like when everybody was glorifying the drug game, Reasonable Doubt came out and said, okay, this is the other side of it that's not glamorous, that they're not telling you about. This is you in the interrogation room where they got your other friend and your friend just ratted on you and you're about to do 10 to 15 years. Like, that's real shit. That saved a lot of people. Now, Tupac couldn't come from that perspective because, like I said...
Oh, here we go. Because of his actual upbringing.
He wasn't a real gangster. So he couldn't rap about that.
Why he has to be a real gangster to actually earn his spot, though. I mean, that's where I'm really not seeing this point from your side.
Well, if you'd let me finish, I'd explain it to you. But
no, you did.
So Tupac, you never saw Tupac rap about that stuff, and I actually respect him for that. The violent stuff, and I'm gonna do this and that, like, is a little bit disappointing because he was never really in that type of situation. But and when you're in that, here's the thing, X, and you may or may not know it because I don't know how you came up. But when you're in a situation where like dudes are coming at you every day and you're going at dudes every day and you see somebody making millions of dollars talking about it when they never been through it, you kind of catch feelings off it. You see what I'm saying? So you're saying, oh, because he wasn't this toxic. No, it's because he was making millions off of shit that we were all going through. We were burying our friends and he's talking shit and he never been through it. That was our problem with it. You see what I'm saying? But
I see what you're saying, yeah.
But Brenda's Got a Baby, Dear Mama, to this moment, Dear Mama, if you were to say, okay, what's the most emotional rap song, forget rap song in all history, for us, I'm talking about like people that grew up the way I came up, Dear Mama from Tupac, and then there was a Wu-Tang song with Mary J. Blige, All That I Got Is You. And when that song came out, literally, we were in a homeless shelter. And so he was talking about, growing up poor, blah, blah, blah. And I remember my brother gave me the headphones and I listened to it for 20 seconds and I took them off. I wouldn't listen to it because it was it was so like, we were in a fucking homeless shelter with our mom. You see what I'm saying? Like, it was so hard. But Dear Mama is another one, man. I listen to that song about once a year. And it's one of those songs where, you brought something up about like songs aging well. I don't know if it was you or somebody in the comments section.
I literally said that on the call, yeah.
But like 50 years from now, bro, dudes are still going to be crying to that song, to Dear Mama, right? Whereas More Money, More Problems, I think people are going to be dancing to it because it's just catchy, right? But as far as like...
those two songs?
As far as like music that like is universal... Like that song, Brenda's Got a Baby, Dear Mama, there's only a couple songs that are, that make it out of a given generation, right? Like, so that to me is, and Jay-Z has, Biggie has Sky's the Limit, where they're actually talking about like something more than just, Big was really about his money. Like
I had nothing to say about Biggie.
But here's the thing is like, Big was really about his money. Like, if you look at lyrically what he was saying, like he wasn't really saying a lot of deep shit. The first record, Ready to Die, was about just real streets. Dude,
I have nothing to say about Biggie. This wasn't about Biggie.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you're gonna dislike Jay-Z for those reasons, then you'd have to dismiss Biggie because there's no difference.
I literally have nothing to say about Biggie. I mean, this is just about what you're sort of saying in terms of Jay-Z compared to Tupac. And I get the whole, like, upbringing and the story and the background between these two. But then the thing that really comes back to me is just, like, who actually had more of a story to tell and what they were saying. And because Tupac had that outside perspective. How is it fair to say as if Jay-Z had more of it, or he had a better perspective than Tupac, or that because Tupac didn't grow up in Jay-Z's neck of the woods or in his shoes, that Tupac just cannot comment on it? Meanwhile, Jay-Z is fair and well to comment on like any of the burdens he has to deal with now that he's rich and famous, because that was one of the arguments you were making earlier, is that because Jay-Z was talking about the problems of becoming big and famous and rich and all that, and how it doesn't buy you happiness,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean he's not allowed to talk about that stuff. How is it then that Tupac is not allowed to talk about what he did because he wasn't a gangster? Does he have to be a gangster?
Who said he wasn't allowed to talk about it?
You were saying how it made his point a little bit less validated. And I get that if, like, any of the times that he said, like, I'm a gangster literally when he wasn't. That's the one I'll agree on you with, is anytime Tupac said, I'm a gangster, and he wasn't a gangster.
Well, Tupac's whole thing was thug life, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he had everybody walking around talking about thug life, and he didn't live that life.
Despite that, though, who exactly in their career had a more sort of open-minded, like, more vivid picture of that whole entire lifestyle? You're going to say Jay-Z, but here's the thing. Give me an example of Jay-Z before, let's see. Which one is that? Within his first 5 albums, that's what we're going to limit it to. Like, don't bring up the Blueprint. That's not relevant in this one. Of the first 5 albums.
I didn't really like the Blueprint.
Why'd you use Blueprints as an example earlier then?
I think Kel used Blueprint. I didn't.
Kel, were you using Blueprints as an example?
Yeah, I didn't bring it. You know, but what are you talking about?
Well, the main thing I'm talking about is that you're talking about, like,
in Jay-Z's first 5 records, Where I'm From, yes. Friend or Foe. What are you talking about? There's a lot of those songs. What do you mean?
Well, what I mean is that when you think about it, Jay-Z has had a much longer career and way more time to mature as a rapper and as a person than Tupac ever had.
I agree.
And because of that, Jay-Z would have to only be compared to his first 5 albums if you're going to compare him to Tupac.
Yeah.
If you start bringing up like something from the Blueprint or something from the Black Album.
Yeah, I don't like that version of Jay-Z. I don't relate to that version. I don't relate to that version of Jay-Z. The first 5, if you talk about the first 5 records, there's nothing that Tupac could do lyrically to deal with anything in Jay's first 5 records. What are you talking about?
So why don't you like the later parts of Jay-Z?
Well, I just can't relate to it. And he just moved into a different sphere, right? He's on with Oprah and all the rest of it. Like, I'm not mad at him for that, but that's not, you know. And it's kind of like, you know, the whole Metallica thing, right? Like the pre-Black Album Metallica fans versus, you know what I'm saying? Like, they had a certain angst about them.
They both have the Black Album too. That's funny.
Yeah. And like, you know, like there was a certain like angst and pain and whatever in the first couple records, right? And then they became multi-quadrillionaires. They're the biggest band in the world. I'm sorry, they're not going to sing Dear Mother, Dear Father, you know, when they're 45 years old. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a matter of like Metallica selling out or Jay-Z selling out. It's just he moved on to, you know, when the Amazon thing takes off and we become multimillionaires, maybe I'll start appreciating Jay-Z again. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, Jay-Z, I don't think selling out is really a dirty word in rap, is it?
Well, yeah, I mean, we have different terminology for it. You know, this guy's pussy went soft, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Either that or like, you know, one of the worst ones is calling a rapper a cop.
Yeah, like, what's his face? The rapper cop, the big fat guy. He used to be a correctional officer. He's acting like he's a gangster. I forgot the guy's name.
Yeah, there's an example.
I forgot the guy's name. But like, if you're talking about like authentic street shit, the first 5 records of Jay-Z, like it's not even close compared to Tupac.
In terms of what standards, though, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, here's the standard. 1, lyricism, like complexity, all the rest of it. I think you and I both agree Tupac was not a lyrically complex guy.
Nope.
Okay. Authenticity, meaning what I'm talking about is something I've actually been through. If I'm claiming it, I went through it. Okay, Tupac, I'm sorry, he's not that guy.
You're definitely teetering on some like thin ice on that one.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, the man, he was not a thug. He was not a
Either way,
gangbanger.
though,
He
most
only
of the
went to
stuff was about
he went to
perspective.
prison on a false rape charge. Tupac was never a gangster. He was never caught with any weapons or anything like. He was not a gangbanger, and that's
If
good.
he was, he would be better.
No, it's just if you're walking around like, bro, I can't look. If I got on TV, like, I get friends from school that know me from Truman High School or whatever, right? Like, if I came on here and said, yeah, I was a gangbanger, I was a blah, I was this, I was in the Crips, I was 031, blah, blah, blah. And these people, they were like, yo, bro, you lying, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would be creating a persona that I can then turn into capital that's complete bullshit. That's why I go out of my way to say I was never a gangster. Did I participate in violence? Sure, but 90% of that was fear-based. It was self-preservation. It wasn't me being a gangster. And so it's very important for me to be as authentic and real about my life as possible. And then there's other shit that, I'm not gonna, I'll stay on the outskirts of, but I'm not gonna go into the details of. So, like, that's my thing is like, if I look at like authenticity, all the thug life, all that shit, that whole persona, that was bullshit. In the sense that he never actually did any of that shit, but he was an avatar for people who actually did live that life. And the whole thing is, if a person who actually the people who actually truly live that life, Gershock, live and die on those blocks. So by necessity, they don't even have the articulation to express that struggle the way that Tupac did. That's what makes Jay-Z such an anomaly.
At this point, I feel like we're starting to lose the plot. Are we talking about who was a better gangster or who was a better rapper?
No, you're asking me what I value in rap and what makes a good rapper. One is lyricism and two is authenticity.
What we've talked about so far is the authenticity and the lifestyle associations that these people have had. I don't know if any of that exactly defines what makes someone a musician in the first place. It's to say that, you just said it yourself, Eazy-E couldn't rap for shit, and yet he was more authentic than any of the other guys in NWA were.
Yeah, but nobody says Eazy's the greatest rapper of all time, though. Everybody knows what Eazy was.
Some people who say that.
Well, I mean, where are they? But what I'm saying is everybody knows who Eazy-E was. It's the same thing with Puffy, right? Big used to write Puffy's rhymes. Mace used to write Puffy's rhymes. Styles used to write Puffy's rhymes. All of us know that Puffy's not a real rapper. You see what I'm saying? So if you're saying Vin, as a guy who grew up in the culture, what do you consider as good rap?
No.
I would say
never said anything like that to you.
Lyricism and authenticity are things that I value. If you value something else, then that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that.
What I'm getting at, I guess, here is to say if Tupac cannot measure up in those values, maybe the answer to what made him successful and what made him actually liked by other people isn't those things. Maybe there's something that's kind of being misunderstood in this whole equation.
No, it was those things. It was his thug life image, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it worked. I'll tell you why it worked. Okay, it worked for a couple reasons. Number one, he spent time in New York and he spent time in L.A. Right? So the people in New York was like, well, maybe he became a gangster in L.A. And the people in L.A. were saying, well, maybe he was a gangster in New York. Right? So that's number one. Number two, don't get offended by this, but white people are really, really fascinated with that aspect of the culture. Like a lot of the Chicago shit that's going down right now, I'm on these Reddit profiles, and it's all these white folks who are so, like, enamored with that gang culture. And so... And three, Tupac, like me, was extremely accessible to white people. So he could do all the gangster shit and use all the slang, and then he could get his mic on MTV and have a conversation and speak the language of the people on MTV.
Whoa, real quick, what the fuck? Charlie Kelly, good thing Eminem wasn't authentic. Are you fucking serious? You did not fucking just say Eminem wasn't
Pretty
authentic.
sure I'd say Eminem was more authentic than Pac was.
Yeah, dude, what the?
Eminem never claimed to be a gangster. Eminem was like, I lived in a trailer
He
park.
claimed to be a white piece of shit trailer trash
Right.
fucker.
Right, like I lived in a trailer park. Blah 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 blah. You see what I'm saying? Like Eminem was never. That's one of the reasons why he got so accepted in our community. If Eminem, let me tell you something.
Sorry to veer off. I don't want to act as if this is like me changing the subject or anything.
No, but I think it's relevant. Look, if Eminem, right, would have tried to act like he was a white Tupac saying thug life and acting like he was some gangster instead of saying I came out of a trailer park, he wouldn't have got the reception in our community that he did. The fact that he came out like that, all of us were like, all right, cool, this guy's cool. Let's listen to what he has to say. What's funny is Eminem didn't get into any gangster shit until he got a record deal. And then he got in beef with Ja Rule and all those guys. And those guys were real street dudes. And so Eminem, he got so much respect because he stood up and did his thing. He didn't back down. He got a hell of a lot of respect for that. But he never took it to that extra level that Tupac did where he got physical with people. Like he understood where his lane was. And so
see, now here's the interesting thing. If we're gonna actually include Eminem into the ring, so we get to act as if Eminem actually received all of the success and respect that he got because he was authentic, and yet, meanwhile, the guy talked about chopping people's arms off with chainsaws, going up into random houses and just killing everybody in sight, killing himself at the end of every single album he's put out as if he literally, this time he's really dead. Like, you realize that these rappers, being artists and visionaries that they are, kind of embellish what their life is like in order to, as you were saying, create a persona of which people can sort of relate to and attach their own lifestyle onto.
Yeah, but none of us...
It's not bad when Eminem does it, but it is when Tupac does it.
No, it's not. You know why? Because it was so over the top and cartoonish that nobody believed it. You see what I'm saying? Like that Kim song, he's killing his wife, and like nobody believed it. We all understood, like, no, he's just saying he's mad enough to where he would do this. You see what I'm saying? Whereas Pac, he was selling this shit and people really believed that he was like this hard gangster guy. That's the difference. So like when we heard him, the Guilty Conscience song or whatever, and he's talking about pedophilia in one of those songs, right? Like nobody was saying, yeah, man, that dude is talking about, yeah, let's go do, he's a role model.
I mean, you would be surprised, I would say that.
I'm talking about the reception he got in my community. Your community, I don't know.
Okay, now we're getting to, I think, the real crux of this, is that you and I have to admit to each other right now before we just start wanting to, book a flight out and just kill each other. You and I have very different upbringings, right? Like, you really are East Side, and I am really West Side. So, from, like, where I'm standing, I can actually see a lot more of where Tupac was coming from in the stuff that he talks about. And for me, it's not that his lyrics were flashy or complicated or even that, like, complex. It's just that he was a vivid storyteller. He was able to actually take this perspective in ways that people in the West Coast just didn't see. It was always like, with the NWA stuff, you have to see it one specific way or else you're a puss. Like, you were basically just dead meat walking in the street if you weren't hard like that. And it took Tupac to come out and actually say, wait a minute, maybe we don't need to beat our women senselessly. Maybe we don't need to reserve ourselves to this, like, hopeless fate that we are doomed to forever be, like, entrapped in this ghetto world that we, glorify so much as if it's our rite of passage, and to say that this makes us the real men that we are. It took Tupac to say something like that. Maybe in the East Coast it took Jay-Z to say something like that. But before that, there was nobody like that who did this sort of stuff that Tupac did. And you have all these rappers after him who now tell stories in their lyrics. You have Tupac to thank for that. And to say that Tupac just didn't have the same that Jay-Z did, I don't think so.
I gotta stop you right there. There are lots of rappers telling stories before Tupac. That was part of the genre long before Tupac. You get the 80s guys doing that shit, bro.
You know what the problem was with the 80s guys doing it, though, is that they hid their stories under a very complex jargon of like their own language so that whiteys couldn't understand it. You know what I'm saying? It was to say that they made it so purposefully like insular and part of the streets and the
Right.
culture, that stuff.
But that
it
you
was inaccessible to other people outside of that. That's
you're just
why
you literally you
really
just made my point for me, right? Is that
I know.
the previous guys who were
Say that.
storytelling, they were on the street shit, so they only knew street language. Tupac, because he knew how to be accessible to white people, made himself a lot more famous and got more reach because he was speaking language that white people could understand. And that's my entire point. That's my entire point.
I'm reconfirming what you already know about Tupac, but your point being that that's a bad thing is the thing.
My brother, I never said it was a bad thing, bro. I never said it was a bad thing. As a matter of fact,
it didn't measure up to Jay-Z.
As a matter of fact, I said that's been my experiences because I have a mother who saw past the block. I'm also able to operate and talk to white people and be an accessible black person to white people. So I said the same thing about myself. I'm definitely, you guys know me, I'm not saying anything negative about myself. I'm just saying when you're asking me as a person who grew up in hip hop culture, who's a better rapper, then obviously I have different criteria. It's just like you as a musician, like you're an actual musician. I'm a guy who plays guitar as a hobby, right? So my definition of what a great guitarist is going to be different from a person who's grown up with it their whole life. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not saying it's bad that Tupac is accessible to white people. What I'm saying is the young Vin with me and my guys, we're listening to a guy making millions of dollars talking about thug life and all this shit. And we're in the middle of this shit, burying our friends, people getting shot for bullshit like a fake chain. He should have gave up the chain to this day. We all got PTSD. And this motherfucker's running around talking about he lived it and he didn't live that shit. So did we resent him for that? Of course. Is that understandable? Sure. Does that mean he's a bad rapper? No. It's the same thing I said about Tom MacDonald. Tom MacDonald has seen a gap, a group of people who feel they're disenfranchised or whatever, and he is saying, hey, I'm going to speak for you guys, right? He's not a good rap. I don't personally believe he's a good rapper. I think he's intelligent. I think he's smart, and I love what he's doing, and I hope he gets as much money as possible before it fizzles out. But I don't think he's a good rapper. So that's all I'm saying about Tupac, is that Tupac, like, was he a great rapper? Sure. I mean, did he bring awareness to the culture? Absolutely. Were there things about Tupac that bothered me and the rest of my friends? Yes. And it wasn't just East Coast people. The people that shot him because he was a rapper and not a gangster. So it's just part.
A very terrible way to go, honestly. Like let's just at least give them the respect on that one.
Yeah, it was a fucking horrible way to go. He was only 25 years old, Gersh. Can you imagine what him and Big and all those guys would have done if they had another 5 years to live and like get their head straight and say, this is all bullshit and we're not going to get mad at each other?
To put that into perspective, you and me started talking when I was 26. Imagine if I died at 25.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a terrible tragedy, man. So that's my thing with Tupac. Like, he, in the current situation we're in right now, who would I want with a mic in their hand, Big, Jay-Z, or Tupac? Tupac, right? I mean, is that even close? The current, like, political situations and all this shit, like, now everybody's kind of forced to be conscious, right? Like, that would have been perfect for Tupac. Tupac's problem, in my opinion, was he didn't know who he was yet, and who does at 25?
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why I had to cut it off at the first 5 records, is because, like, before it got to the point where it was like, well, Jay-Z has a way more mature way of looking at things. I'm like, well, Jay-Z's still alive.
Correct. So I know for a fact there were certain beefs that Jay-Z backed away from. I know that for a fact, but that's because he had gotten rich and he had just buried a bunch of his rapper friends, right? And there was a very, very specific time in Jay's life, I'm not going to get into the whatever, but there were very specific times in his life where he said, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. And he left all that shit behind. So now you have people saying, oh, Jay is soft, blah, blah, blah. Of course. He made the decision. You know what? It was the right decision for him. He's a billionaire now. He's not dead. Tupac and Big never had that opportunity. Like, literally the day that Big died, people were telling him, like, yo, dudes are coming to get you. His security was telling him that. He's like, fuck that, I'm blah, 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 blah.
Oh, man, you were just saying I'm not going to get into it, and then just fucking gets into it.
Well, no, I'm talking about Big. You know, there's a specific situation.
Again, we're talking about Biggie, and I just said I don't got anything to say about Biggie,
Well,
dude.
Well, but I got to tell you, Gersh, like, look, there's not really much material.
Well, this is your audience. I'm not gonna like hold you hostage.
No, you're not holding me hostage. But there's just not. There's no material difference between Biggie and Jay-Z, other than Jay-Z is a little bit more intricate lyrically than Biggie was. But there's no real material difference between them as far as skill set goes.
I will say Biggie though had some funk to his style. You could fucking
He did. He did because Biggie was a bully, you know. So, and I'm not saying that in the pejorative sense. He had to be one. But
that's all I'm gonna say about Biggie though. Like literally, that's a conversation for somebody else some other time, and it's just whatever. All I'm going to say is that with Biggie's music, like, you could just hear the guy bobbing his head while just listening to those records.
I agree. Yeah, Big is my favorite. He's my favorite rapper of all time. I sat the boys down a couple of weeks ago, and I just, like, went through a couple of Biggie songs with them. They were like, yo, because they think all these new rappers or whatever. I love Big. But see, the thing is, I don't hate Tupac. I think Tupac's a great rapper, and I'm sad that he died. And like I said, like, the current situation we're in now, or like 2 years ago, like Pac would have had so much crazy fuel. You see what?
Some Vin. I know that arguments like these don't typically have some kind of conclusion or some winner or loser, but now that you said that out loud, I think I got what I wanted. I got you to admit that you don't hate Tupac, that you actually respect him as a person. You don't wish anything bad on him or even care that, like,
no,
just because he's a rapper, he should have died or whatever.
No.
But now that I got that, that's what I wanted.
No, obviously I'm never, I mean, you guys know me by now. I'm never going to celebrate the death of any black man. Holy shit. No, I wish.
I didn't think you were celebrating his death. I just thought you were, like, really sweeping that under the rug earlier.
No, of course not. The whole thing was tragic to me. In my opinion, he had some OGs there that were with him that should have pulled him aside and said, nah, man, this is not for you, bro. Do the thug-like shit on the camera, but, like, there's, like, 20 of us. Why do you need to jump in the situation? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's a tragic thing for me, man. It's the same thing with Big. Like, why couldn't you just shut the fuck up and listen to your security and stay home? But you had to show that you were some gangster. But that's the shit you do when you're 24 and 25. You see what I'm saying? Like, I wish both of those guys would have had another 5 years to really mature, get their heads on straight, and just crush shit. But, unfortunately, it didn't.
What it really seems like to me, though, is that the real unfortunate fact here is that we had someone like Tupac who didn't grow up in that world, who wanted to be like a better role model for people who actually were continuing to perpetuate really toxic, negative shit. And then you had Jay-Z, who did come from that world, who came sort of to that, but was still, I think, a bit more reserved to just the way things were, and therefore didn't exactly try to change people. He just wanted to tell his side of the story.
Facts.
But it's like, wouldn't it, I guess what we're really missing here is that people just wish there was a rapper who did grow up in that life, but also wanted to become that role model that got people out of the situation they were in and didn't just reserve themselves to it. So
facts.
For me personally,
facts.
That's why I prefer Kendrick Lamar.
Tupac was way more aspirational than anybody. Like I said, Big and Jay were just about getting rich. Like, and they explicitly said it. They were the ones, I don't know if you, like, rap around 98, 99 was horrible. Everybody was talking about Cristal and diamonds and the car with the rims and all that shit. Every other song was about that shit. Biggie popularized all that shit with the pop shit he was making. Tupac was way more aspirational. He was talking about, starting black businesses, all this shit. It's someone like, if you listen to Changes, that song Changes? And then when he was talking, let's change the way we live, change the way we eat. That's Farrakhan. That's Farrakhan.
The one I always come back to because changes is so commonly brought up. I always come back to keep your head up.
Right? That's another one, right? So like that's you could tell he's listening to, because Farrakhan was really, really big at the time. But then I think what happened is there's an actual interview, and it's actually a pretty heartbreaking interview, but it was when he was in jail, and he was saying he was there under false premises, and I get it, but I actually believe him, right? And he was saying, I'm making Brenda's Got a Baby, Dear Mama, Keep Your Head Up. He's like, I did that all for black women, and y'all did this to me. He's like, all right, wait till I get out of jail, right? And it really fucked with him, and it changed his persona. It really did. And it was one of those things where you got a guy who's like trying to figure out who he is, like, hey, I want to raise the culture. I want to raise awareness. I want to raise consciousness. I want to be an ambassador to of my community, right? And so he does songs like that. But then that happened to him, and he wasn't getting the support that he felt he should have had. And it pushed him the other way, and it ended up killing him, in my opinion. That's like the saddest thing about this whole situation, in my opinion, man, is that, he really, if that wound would have been able to heal, if he would have lived long enough for that wound to be able to heal, to reconcile himself with the culture that he felt betrayed him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He would have been able to really be at peace with saying, you know what, I don't need to be a gangster to be a man. I don't need all this shit. This is what my role is. This is my purpose. My purpose is to raise the consciousness. And I think he may have
been on his way to do that kind of thing too, honestly, with kind of the events that led to his death.
Yep. And, I'm not blaming anybody for it, God, whatever. But like, it's just, it's a tough pill to swallow that you lost somebody that really could have. And, I love Jay-Z is like from afar, like this guy, he made it, right? Like, because I was around that area. My sister was in Brooklyn until like 2 years ago, right? So obviously, if you're from the area and somebody makes it, I love him from afar, but like he's not somebody I listen to on the regular at all. I haven't, like when you talk about, like, I couldn't name you his last 3 records. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no idea. Some of that has to do with the channel. Some of that just has to do with,
you couldn't remember 444?
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, I'll get that back. I didn't think 444 was as good as everybody was making it, though.
Nah, it really wasn't, though.
Like, like the story of OJ thing, like, none of those things were like what I was used to lyrically from Jay-Z. It was just like, ugh. And everybody's like, oh my God, he needs to win a Grammy, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm not seeing it, bro.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know. Wasn't that the same year as, like, what was it? I forget. That was 2017, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the same year as, like, fucking Damn came out. Like, hell no. Hell no.
Yeah. I was like, yeah. I mean, I like the story of OJ song, I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay. Because I know a lot of dudes like that over here in Maine doing that dumb shit. But, yeah, man, I wasn't really feeling 444, bro. I really wasn't. Like, I really didn't think it.
I mean, that's neither here nor there. I think we both agree on that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's just trash.
Say, like, for me, though, I guess that does sort of circle back to why I prefer Kendrick Lamar, though, is because there you actually did get the best of both worlds. You got someone who genuinely grew up in that fucking life, and much like Tupac, wanted to use himself as a role model to get out of that situation.
Oh, hell, I love Kendrick. And then who's the other? J. Cole. I love him. I love J. Cole.
J. Cole's got some corny bars, but I'll give you that one.
Yeah, but I like it because they're like, to me, it's like the only guys right now that are focused on still being lyrical. You know what I'm saying? Like, guys aren't lyrical anymore today for whatever reason. I don't know why. It's just not popular.
Literally, right as you said that, Killendraw's like, can we all agree that mumble rap is trash, though? It's like, really?
This shit is trash, like, bro.
Hey, can we all agree that poop is poop and that the floor is the floor? It's like, okay, cool, Kel.
The only thing about mumble rap, the only reason, like, I haven't really come out and, like, really, really trash mumble rap is I say to myself, like, there has got to be...
dude, I mean...
There's got to be a reason it's popular, right? Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's club music. It's just widely promoted by the industry and by the labels, and it's club music. It's super easy to make something popular when it literally costs $0 to make.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just like, you know what? Like when I was like blasting corn in my room, and my mom was like, "That's just noise." I just don't want to be like one of those people, man. Like I want to be like, okay.
No, trust me. Like even when you were growing up on the stuff that you were listening to, there was like the mumble rap of your era as well, wasn't there? There was some really bad shit that you just were like, dude, I'm not feeling that crap.
Yeah, like somebody was like the Yin Yang Twins. Yeah, the Yin Yang Twins. Even when I was coming up, I thought that shit was trash, bro. To be honest with you,
it was.
This shit is garbage. But I don't know, man. It's appealing to the kids, and I don't know. Like maybe these kids are all hopped up on Xannies the whole time because that's all they're rapping about now. Who knows? I don't know.
Dude, it's honestly it's the lo-fi stuff that's like more reminiscent of the stuff you're talking about that you grew up on. Like lo-fi hip hop is pretty good. I do like some of the, what is it? I was about to say hyphy. That's not what it is. But, like, mumble rap is basically just, like, the absolute lowest common denominator shit that's out there. And you don't have to be, like, a jaded old person to think that. Like, literally anybody from, like, even this era will still agree, like, yeah, I like it, but it is pretty stupid.
Yeah, shit is crazy, bro. It's like I don't know, man.
But that's all it is, right? It's just music that costs no money to make, that you can make like a whole album worth of songs in like one weekend.
Hey, it's making these kids rich. Good for them.
Therefore, you can just pump that shit out like it's just fucking hotcakes, and the record label doesn't even have to do so much as like spend money on promoting it, and it's going to sell.
Yeah.
So of course that's all you ever hear is this stuff that takes no effort, time, or money to make.
Yeah, well, I think that's what people were saying about nu metal back in the day, though, right? Like it's pretty much the same thing.
Was pretty like early nu metal was hard to make. It's like that 2000s nu metal, that was like the mumble rap shit. That was like the fucking Saliva with the fucking click click boom shit. That was the kind of stuff that was just like getting pumped out like it was garbage.
Yeah, I tried so hard to write a nu metal song, and then my guitarist was like,
it doesn't even matter. Okay. I'm about ready to wrap this up. It's almost 7, and I do have something else I'm working on. But I guess to wrap this up, I do feel as if in our conversation we have actually sort of outlined the pros and cons of both Tupac and Jay-Z. One just being that, you know, Jay-Z had the opportunity to become a Tupac, but he just didn't. He was too reserved to, like, you know, just accepting the way things were. And that kills it for me. That absolutely makes Jay-Z, like, just a completely, okay, yeah, whatever. He's just another rapper. But for Tupac, I get what you're saying, right? Like, if Tupac really did live that life, that might have actually sold him on you. Like, even maybe the simple lyrics, because you feel as if him saying things in a way more accessible way.
Well, here's the irony.
That's what's sort of getting people into paying attention. You know, him going simple is actually for the better, right?
Here's the irony of the whole thing. If Tupac was actually a street dude, he might still be alive today. That's the crazy thing. It's Orlando Anderson could not take the fact that a soft dude like Tupac got some licks on him, and so he killed him.
In all honesty, I don't want to get too much into that because there's a lot of conspiracy around Tupac. There, not just with how he died, but whether he or not he's actually dead. Some shit like that. I don't want to get into the topic of Tupac.
Yeah, him and Elvis, right? All right, buddy. It was a good.
Elvis and fucking Adolf Hitler.
It was a good chat. This was Gershock. Yeah. This was X from Gershock. Buy their shirts, bitches. I'm gonna actually put up your Facebook, your YouTube thingy. You guys have
Sure you will, Ben.
Yeah.
But I will say, hopefully now, take anything out of this. Don't be acting like I did not grow up with this shit. I was there. I have my history, man.
I'm trying to put Gershock in my search thing on YouTube. Where is it?
Oh, really? Well, I mean, that's whatever. I don't need to be here for that stuff. You do all the talking about my band that I need to.
Buy our shirts, right?
You know, I guess since Kellen Draws brought it up, now that I'm here, I guess I could just bring up when's Covers Week?
I don't know, because we put Web Week in front of Covers Week, actually. True story.
Web Week in front of, so is Web Week over?
We're still cutting for Web Week, but we're almost there. He sent me a thing like a year and a half ago. I don't even know if he remembers.
A year and a half ago. Okay, that kind of puts in perspective the kind of timeline we're working with, then, huh?
Yeah. You're working on Vin time, little bro.
Vin time, no.
That's the Gershock. Okay, I'm just gonna go to Gershock.com.
Even after you finish Covers Week, I'm still gonna be in the chat being like, "Hey, when's Covers Week?"
That's true, because
it'll be like right up there with, "Hey, when are you gonna react to Chavelle's The Clincher?"
I don't think we've ever reacted to that. Have I reacted?
Oh my fucking yes, you did.
Have I?
I'm out of here. No, yes, you did. Peace, dude. I'll talk to you on the flip side.
Love you, buddy. Have a good one. Oh my gosh, this poor guy. Poor Gershock. Honestly, guys, though, this band is one of the best bands of all time, Gershock. So I'm gonna put the little screenshot there. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada bang. Let me shorten this a little bit. But yeah, it was a good conversation with the homie. Talking about rap. It was very, very interesting hearing people's perspective about a genre that I grew up listening to. Because some of the stuff that y'all were saying, I was like, what? But it was cool talking to him because I was like, all right, I'm able to kind of see from his perspective where it was from. I'm not one of these people like, unless you came up in the hood or blah, 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 then your perspective on rap is irrelevant. I'm not going to say that. But it was very, very interesting to me. Yo, who am I talking to?
Hello.
Who's this?
This would be Ernie, my friend.
Ernie, long time no chat, my guy. What you on? What you doing?
Give me 1 second. No. Yeah, I'm just.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up? What you on? What you doing?
Well, you had give me. I don't want to be on camera. But you had real good points with the whole Tupac thing and stuff like that. Like you had real good points, my friend.
Yeah, and like I said, Pac is, he's legendary. He's great.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I tend to agree that Biggie's better. Like, when I send you the message, man, about Eazy-E, like, Eazy-E, like he talked about it and he did it. He was like a real gangster. What do you think about the Game? Have you ever heard the rapper The Game?
Yeah, I like The Game. The 400 bars and running thing, that was crazy. I like him.
I mean, well, yeah, that's a real gangster, man, right there. I have to say that he's a real gangster. I'll say I never met him, but I mean, from what I've heard, is like he's legit. Like Eazy-E. And I agree. Like, I'm not a fan of Jay-Z or Notorious B.I.G., but I know what they're talking about. They're talking about their struggles, and they came up from it. You know what I'm saying? So I see what you're saying, and I see where also we're saying where Tupac, he's just like a wankster, like, he's fake.
I don't think everything about him was fake. My understanding of Tupac was he was a guy caught between two personas, two images, and he was having a harder time deciding who he was. And before he figured out who he really was, he died. So that's my take on Tupac.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole, like, obviously when he got murdered and stuff like that, yeah, that was pretty shady. It's like, like you said it on the video, like, You know, I guess you don't like you kind of opening your mouth a little too much. So, bye-bye. You know, like bye-bye. Like that's what I think. I just think he was around the wrong people and just opening his mouth a little too much. You know.
Yeah.
What would he?
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
Hey man, thanks for checking in, dude. I really appreciate it.
No problem, man. You have a blessed night.
You too, bro.
All right, you too, man. All right, dude. All right.
Cool.
Peace.
Somebody asked me, when am I going to address the Manson allegations? My brother, we did an entire video on it. You know, I think that, you know, the summarized version would be this idea that if a person consents to something, that's the only gateway we have to worry about when it comes to our sexuality, I think is something that needs to be rethought. And it's something that, you know, I teach my boys, that consent is not the only gateway, and there are other things that they need to factor in before they engage in that action, and that includes whether or not they're married. So, you know, our culture loves to crucify people and all the rest of it. It's like I said in the Nightwish video and other things about cancel culture, that because I'm a Christian, redemption is a necessary part of my worldview. And so I have a hard time with like completely dispensing with a person without giving an opportunity for redemption. On top of that, he's denying it. His girl, you know, it wasn't Rose McGowan, but somebody, Von Teese, whatever, denied it. So then you had Opeth come out and say that she witnessed some things. And like I said in the video, he wrote books about doing these horrible shit to women, and nobody said anything. So I think the Manson thing is us as a culture having to figure out what we actually believe about sex and sexuality, and about the way that men and women relate to each other. And those are not simple answers at all. So, yeah, Shad, I do listen to a lot of the battle stuff, and those guys are insanely gifted. And to me, it just shows, and this is kind of like a good little button, like lyricism is not the only thing that makes a person successful. Like Young M.A. came out of that little milieu, and she's like the biggest one that came out of that milieu, but all those guys can rap like her. But you just got to have something else that makes you pop. It's the same thing with YouTube. People ask me all the time, how do you get to 100,000? Like, I don't know, bro. I don't know, you know, because I feel like there's lots. I watch, you know, people on YouTube, and I see they only got like 4,000 subs. I'm like, this guy should be at like 400,000. Like, you know, I just don't know what the algorithm is that makes people popular. I have no idea. In his book, there are numerous accounts. I actually used to play in a Marilyn Manson tribute band and guitar. By the way, I love your videos, favorite reactions. I'm a Christian and I love ghosts. Nice, Joshua. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about that's what I'm saying about Manson is it's like he wrote about it a bunch of times in books. He laughed about it. He mocked it. It was a big joke. Now all of a sudden it's this horrible crime, and I think he's looking at it like, what the fuck? What's going on? You know, I wrote about this a decade ago. Everybody was cool with it. Now all of a sudden, like, I get it. It's always been reprehensible to me, but that's because I have a Christian worldview about how sex and sexuality is supposed to work. And the fact that a person agrees to something doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. And that's what we're running into with this Manson situation, because I guarantee you he's not going to spend a day in prison, because she probably consented to some degree. And when you take something as powerful and think about how powerful sexuality is, it can destroy your life and it can create new life. You want to take that and just whittle that down to just, oh, she said yes, so that means I can do whatever I want to her. Okay. To me, that's a destructive approach to sex, and it's a reductionistic approach to sex. But to me, that's a consequence of worldviews. And now you've got a culture that's saying, well, we know intuitively that's wrong, but they don't know why it's wrong. Because if you make the only gateway consent, then you can't say it's wrong. But we all know it's wrong. Okay, well, then we need to have a different conversation about sex then. So that's what I'd say about it. I think Life of Agony should be great to see them in the early 90s. Deicide is way more satanic than Ghost. Yeah, we did a Deicide song, and holy moly, it was the Kill the Christian song. That guy was really, really angry. Manson might not see a prison cell, but I would bet he won't bounce back. I think his career has taken a severe hit for sure. I think he's nuclear. I think nobody's going to want to work with him. You know, that's how cancer culture operates, and you can say he deserves it or whatever. And again, I'm a Christian, so I don't care. You know, there was some country guy, people wanted to cancel him. He said nigger, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I'm not a fan of that. You know, like, where is the space for people to say, I've grown? And here's the other thing. Where is the space for us to say, I think you're a horrible racist, but I'm not going to destroy your career and your life over it? I mean, this guy's got people connected to him, people that love him, people that depend on him. You know, it's one of the things I got from the Gina Carano interview with Ben Shapiro. She's already an established millionaire, so she gets cut from, Mandalorian. Great. But, these celebrities, they have assistants and executive assistants that travel with them and do all this shit. Okay, now they're gone. Okay, so they are the ones that are bearing the majority of the brunt of these cancellations, not the actual millionaire celebrity. So, I think we got to have a really, 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 really deep conversation about, a lot of things in this country. And unfortunately, you've got people, elements in our society that instead of doing what is necessary, which is us talking to each other and fighting with each other, instead of that, you're just trying to silence everybody that transgresses some imaginary boundary that keeps moving. That's the other thing, is like, the lines aren't even actually clear. Manson writes a book about it, brags about throwing baloney at this girl naked in his tour bus. Everybody's laughing about it, and now it's Exhibit A of him being horrible. Huh? What? Huh? So, yeah, I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all. So, anyway. Coca-Cola canceled their vanilla Coke because they thought it promoted white supremacy. I would not be surprised if that was real, bro. Vin should be about acceptance and promoting tolerance. Don't think hell ban Satanists. I hope not. Wouldn't be what Jesus would do by any means. No, I wouldn't ban Satanists. If I ban Satanists, that's half of our constituency. You know what I mean? So, I don't understand the whole trying to cancel things you don't like instead of watching, listening to that thing. My state, Minnesota, just passed some law in 2022 that they will no longer teach Abe Lincoln, George Washington, and D-Day in school because it's too white. Holy shit, bro. That's crazy. D-Day? Damn, bro. It's like one of the most inspiring stories of valor ever. I don't care what fucking color you are. Holy shit. Do you think Corey Taylor and the rest of Manson's friends knew about Manson's abuse issues? Of course. Of course. Of course. And this is why I say, Logan, that this is all hypocritical bullshit. Like I said, he wrote books about it. Opeth or OTEP, OTEP, she wrote this long thing about how, whatever, and she saw it happen, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, you didn't say anything about it, sis, until now. So, of course, if he's as bad as they're saying they were, of course they all saw it. How could you not? People don't remember in the 90s, Manson was boycotted and protested in every venue. Cancel culture sort of made Manson popular in the 90s. Now they're trying to destroy him. Okay, Joshua, that's a good point. The difference is the people that were running cancel culture in the 90s when I was a kid were the right-wing Christians who were trying to end speech and trying to have all these decency laws to end, free speech and cancel people, doing the book burnings and the album burnings, and now the pendulum is swung and it's mostly coming from the left, trying to cancel people. It's just crazy. Manson did it to himself. He effed up. Yeah, he did it to himself. You can't feel bad for him. I get it. Do you really believe any side is ready to actually talk without stubbornly holding to their side? I don't know real dialogue and in view for a while. I don't know about that. Like I said, after the Tom McDonald review, I had a pretty in-depth discussion with a guy, and it was off. Well, it wasn't off camera, but it was off camera in the sense of we didn't record it and we didn't post a conversation because we just wanted to have a talk. Because sometimes I'll do that, and we came to a mutual understanding with a lot of things, and we started the conversation on the completely opposite sides of the fence. So I do think it can happen. I have a lot more confidence in God and what he's doing in the world to believe that we're just too, divided to have conversations with each other. I would like to see major people from the left, major people from the right have an educated discussion. Yeah, that would be great. But the thing is, Anthony, right now, here's what's happening. Here's one of the reasons why you're not going to see major people from the left and the right sit down and talk to each other. Because they're making way too much money being angry at each other or acting like they're angry at each other. I was listening to Ben Shapiro, and he was saying that, like, he's got leftist friends who meet him with hats and stuff like that because if they see him if they're seen with Ben in public, that you see what I'm saying? So, like, these people have a monetary stake in these personas that they hate each other. Most human beings, especially human beings who live in the same country, genuinely do not hate each other if they sit down one-on-one. I've seen it over and over and over again. Like if you go back to the street life shit, I've had people. I'll say this. I've pulled weapons on people that I genuinely liked because of group dynamics. And he knew I wasn't going to do anything to him, and I knew I wasn't going to do anything to him because we both knew we liked each other outside of the situation, but we were on opposite sides of the situation, so things were happening, yada, 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 blah. But we knew that nothing was going to come from me and him. Like there's that quote, it was a movie, and it was like the Civil War stuff, and one was a Confederate, one was and the guy said, if I ever draw my sword on you, may the good Lord strike me dead. Like they were not going to hurt each other. And I think there's a lot of that's going on in our culture, but instead of a bunch of people saying, yeah, we're going to get these niggas, blah, 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 it's millions of people saying, yeah, you're our voice, and blah, blah, blah. So you got millions of people who are paying you millions of dollars to be their voice. So there you go. I've had YouTube consultants hit me up and say, if you would just take one side or the other on your Middle America channel, you'd be able to grow it 5 or 6 times more. And I'm like, I know that. But I'm not going to do that, you weirdo. I'm not doing that. So there you go. It's truly bizarre to see leftists argue against free speech. Leftists in the 60s led the free speech movement on college campuses. Now there's nonsense about free speech being a bourgeois value. Right. It's very strange stuff. Very, very strange stuff, bro. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. Very, very weird. Very weird stuff. Doobie-doo. Does not the power lie with the masses? I'm not necessarily sure that numbers automatically means you have the power. I'm not sure about that. Like, you could be in a POW camp and be the majority, but not have the power for other reasons. So that doesn't necessarily follow. I'm totally disengaged with politics nowadays. Unfortunately, it's too tribal and insane on both sides. Any middle ground is eroded and ridiculed. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I hate how they're taking down these Confederate statues, and even though it makes many people uncomfortable, it still reminds us of the struggles of the civil wars in our country to ourselves. Well, Anthony, that's one where I have no problem with that. I have no problem with Confederate statues being taken down. And the idea that taking down Confederate statues is erasing history is obviously a ridiculous thing to say. I learned about the Confederate flag and the Civil War in school at Port Malabar Elementary in Florida. That's where I learned about it. I didn't learn about it by looking at a statue of some Confederate soldier. But those are conversations that we need to have, right? Like, we need to have those conversations. And I think those are important conversations to have. That's a very good point. As a Christian, I'm not down with statues of anyone anyway. That's a very, very good point. Very good point. If more people listen to Dream Theater, the world would be a better place. I don't know, Demon. I don't know, bro. Dream Theater is not really a... I don't know, bro. I'm not really a fan of Dream Theater. I don't know. I think Kathy Newman's famous question to Jordan Peterson summed up the problem. Why should your right to free speech trump my right to not be offended? What right to not be offended? Yeah, I don't... You don't have a right to not be offended. Like, what the hell? That's not a right. Do you think God is sending a strong delusion on people? No, I do not. I don't think that. Have you actually been in any leftist spaces? Plenty of leftists do argue against free speech as being a liberal bourgeoisie value. Absolutely, Perk. There was one, I'm not going to name them, but there was one on here. I was blown away because I came with the assumption that everybody believed in free speech. But at a very, very early time in this channel, I had a very long conversation with somebody, and he was not a big free speech guy. I couldn't believe it. Statues aren't necessarily for worship, but also forms of art. Are Christians against art? No, we're not against art. Obviously, the Sistine Chapel, Amy Lee, tells us clearly that we're not against art. But when you have a Michael Jordan statue in front of the Chicago Bulls arena, it's hard to distinguish that from an act of worship, right? So that's the thing. how do other gods and deities fit into that belief? Are they just written off as false? Captain Howdy, my understanding of other gods is actually a little bit more nuanced than most Christians would say. I do not believe that they're false in the sense that they don't exist. I believe that most of the other gods that are worshipped throughout human history actually have ontology and existence in the universe. They're just claiming to be the most high God when they're not. Their job was to point us lesser beings to the ultimate being, but instead they as the middlemen took that praise for themselves. And I think Psalm 82 makes that pretty clear. So that's my perspective on other gods. Do you see any realistic way to break the two-party systems and its associated problems? Well, I think the two-party system is probably going to break itself. I think, Joe Biden, we get 4 good years of him. I think, and unfortunately, I think the guy that's probably going to break the two-party system, because Bernie Sanders didn't have the stones to do it when he should have, is going to be Donald Trump. I really, really believe that Donald Trump is going to go third party, and I think he's going to have a very, very good shot at winning. And really, it'll be, I think it'll be Bernie's fault, really. Also, a point about Confederate statues. Many of those statues were put up by lost causes, such as the Daughters of the Confederacy. They were put up to intimidate black folks, not to preserve history. Yeah, I think it's obvious that that's the purpose of those. I thought you weren't supposed to depict drawings of God in the Bible. You are not. That's correct. Good call. Word, Vin, is there is no such a thing as right to not be offended nowadays. I agree. Do you put faith in the first book of Enoch? I do put faith in it in the sense that it's clear that Jesus and the first disciples had a lot of respect for that text, and it was important in forming their worldview. So from that perspective, I think every Christian should read the Enochian corpus. As far as like putting it on the level of scripture, of course not. Vin, do you think it is okay when in Egypt they started destroying Egyptian culture? Well, it depends on who they is. Obama is starting a podcast. I'm surprised he didn't already have one. Hey, BM fan in the house. One of my favorite bananas. What's up, buddy? But surely a third party Trump splits the conservative vote, meaning a Dem victory would be more likely than Republican or Trump. No, I don't believe that, Dan. And here's why. Who would the Republicans run against Trump? Who do they have? Prior to Trump, I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was Ted Cruz. Does anyone think Ted Cruz is a viable candidate for the presidency? Who do the Republicans actually have? I think what's going to happen is Trump is either going to say, listen, you guys either keep the party, the Trump party, or I'm going to start the Patriot Party and you watch what happens. I think the Republicans are actually a lot more pragmatic in the way that they handle Trump than the Democrats in the way that they handled Bernie. So, no, Romney, no. No. Romney, no. Who does Romney have credibility with? Sistine Chapel, so many hardcore Christians. Well, Catholics never walked in there because Michelangelo was gay. Isn't that messed up? Well, there have been millions of Catholics who've walked through there. But yes, I mean, I can definitely imagine the LGBT thing seems to be the unforgivable sins for many Christians. And, I can't really put that together. But a lot of other sins get overlooked. But the LGBT stuff, man, forget it. That's it. If there's a God, may he help this country because it's walking down a path that happens to be loaded with landmines. I agree. I saw a recent poll that said something like 59% of people that look, man, Trump, say what you want on either side. Probably everybody's going to disagree. Trump inspired people to do the craziness that they did on January 6th. He's got the most rabid following. And you know what? Bernie had the power to have that degree of a following, and he wouldn't do it. So I really, really, really believe that Trump, we're not done with him, and that impeachment thing was really important. And the fact that he came out of that a winner, you watch. He's on his way back, believe you me. He is definitely on his way back. You can't take that from him. You know, I respect the hell out of him as far as that goes. Obviously not a fan. But to underestimate him, which is mind-boggling to me. It's mind-boggling that anybody at this moment would underestimate Trump and his ability to get back into office. Okay, sleep on him. Trump will go bankrupt before 2024. I don't know about... Muppets are under attack now. I'm taking that personally. What do you mean? I saw something really quickly about... Ben Shapiro posted about Muppets. But I didn't... Raptors win the Eastern Conference this year. I'm calling it. No way. No way. I got the 76ers. Whatever happened with that Metal Elitist dude? Yeah, he killed the Metal Elitist channel, and then he changed it to something else. And you know, he was a very, very, very sensitive dude. I know a lot of people in this community don't have a lot of love for the guy, but he was a very sensitive dude. And YouTube is hard if you're a sensitive person, man. It really is. The comments got to him, so he changed up his persona. The problem is him changing up his persona. That's who he really was. He really believed that shit, and that was his thing. And so, you know, he was out there projecting somebody he was not, and it didn't go well for him. They're putting a warning label for offensive content on old Muppet shows? What? Why is everyone ignoring me? Muppets have been given warning cards at the start for harmful stereotypes. Holy shit. This is just going too far, bro. The Muppets? I gotta pull down this Gershock thing because it's in the way. But guys, buy Gershock's shirts. On the off chance you read this, is there anything you're looking forward to in the near future? Something a bit more uplifting? Well, I've got a villager that might be vacationing up in Maine with his family. So that's cool. I'm really happy about that. So that's good. Are you going to do another Batushka review? Yes. Yes. Heaven and hell seems like such a strange symbiotic relationship to have coexisting. Does God need the devil? No, I don't believe that God needs the devil. The devil needs God, but God doesn't need the devil. What's your favorite venue to watch a concert? Do you think summer concerts will happen this year? Bro, I hope summer concerts happen this year, man. Like, I've been somebody from the beginning. It's like, let's follow the science, whatever, with the COVID stuff. Man, I hope we find some way to get back together, man. Like, this whole thing has been very hard, but one of the things that has actually been very emotionally, like, uplifting to me has been how much people miss being in physical contact with other human beings. You know, I've got a theological perspective that says things are going to eventually get better and better and better. And that there's actually more of the image of God in humanity than original sin in humanity and things like that. And so, like, to hear people so upset that they're not able to meet with each other and have actual physical contact with each other, and even strangers, and things like rock shows where the vast majority of the people there are going to be strangers, but you can come together around a shared cause. That's actually been very uplifting to me. The fact that people miss each other is great, man. I think that's a really, really, really good sign about the health of the human family to a degree. So I hope they figure it out. You know, I really, really hope they figure it out. Hey, bud, it's Caden. What's up, Caden? Good to see you, buddy. You staying on the straight and narrow, little bro? Screw Fauci then. Yeah, Fauci, I mean, yeah. So sick of people complaining about cancel culture. People have employers, and if they shoot their mouth off and people with money no longer want to be associated with that person, why shouldn't they? Well, Nick, I'm not certain that, you know, I brought something up one time and I said cancel culture should be democratic. And what I mean by that is to say, if an overwhelming number of people started unsubscribing to the Mandalorian because of an Instagram post, fine, right? But that's not what happened. You did not have a mass exodus of the Mandalorian because Shorty put out some crazy Instagram post. What happened was she put out a post that wasn't correct for some people, and then there was a hashtag cancel this girl campaign, and then she got canceled. So it was a very, very small group of people were able to affect the life of this woman because she posted something on Instagram. That's not good. That's not how democracy should work. I don't care what side of the political perspective you're on. And that's not how the free market is supposed to work. 5 people should not get to determine the trajectory of a person's entire life. So that's where I have a problem with actual cancel culture, right? Like, that's the problem. It's not, and the other thing is that as a lot of people have pointed out, there have been a lot of situations where people, you know, AOC brought up concentration camps when she was talking about the kids in cages, which, by the way, anybody that knows me knows I hate the kids in cages thing, but that was not a concentration camp. That was a bad analogy by AOC and in poor taste in my perspective, but she didn't get canceled for it. So that's my other problem, is that there's moving goalposts. It depends on what political spectrum you're on. It depends on who you're making the argument for or against, and that determines whether or not you get canceled. And that, to me, is not that's not what a healthy society does. And I think, you know, and I don't agree with the majority of what Ben Shapiro says, but I make a point to listen very closely to the people I disagree with more, actually, than the people that I agree with. And Ben Shapiro, again, just like Tom McDonald, when I see somebody plug a gap, I'm like, that's so brilliant, right? Like, because, guys, when you start, like, there's so many ways to generate revenue on the internet, like, you guys have no idea, right? So, like, you guys know we're cooking something in the back here. But when you start figuring that shit out, it becomes almost pathological. And so now Shapiro is basically using this situation and saying, hey, everybody who gets canceled, come to me. I'm going to create my own right-wing Hollywood, and everybody that gets canceled, come over here. We'll make a movie, get all the artistic liberty you want. And he's going to be able to do it at a budget. He's going to make bank off of this shit. What can you do? It's the same thing McDonald said. He's like, hey, you can't cancel me. I own all this shit. Because he found the exact same hole that was created with this cancel culture bullshit. It's going to backfire. It's already backfiring. It's already backfiring. He can be stunningly superstitious all he wants, but he's smart as hell. He is smart as hell. So, do what you want with that. Japanese internments were concentration camps. Correct. If God sent the devil to hell to punish the bad, does that mean the devil isn't evil and is just doing an angelic service? No, he's evil. When you say McDonald and Shapiro are intentionally filling a gap, are you saying they aren't being genuine about what they say? No, I think they're being genuine about what they say. A lot of people are genuine about what they say, but a lot of people don't have the business acumen to find a way to monetize that. And that's the difference. Yes, season 2 of The Chosen is coming. I'm very, very happy. Sure, FX. I'm sure. Name a Tom McDonald song that doesn't sound like every other Tom McDonald song. Right, Overshadow. That's why I say, like, I don't know how long he's gonna be able to keep it up, right? Because it's kind of monolithic the whole time. But as long as he can have it, then get that money, bro. Have you thought about reacting to another Nick Cave song? Absolutely. I'm a big fan of Nick Cave, and I'm absolutely going to be reacting to a lot of his stuff. I don't think that's very controversial. On that topic, my girlfriend is a school teacher, and we just had the anniversary of Japanese internment. I suggested they should show kids George Takei's speeches on it. Walaikum assalam, ya Ibn Jamal. Yeah, BM fan, man. Shit is crazy. Nice. Administration loved it so much they're doing it for the whole grade. See, that's the stuff, right? Like, that stuff. Like, let's not... We're going to take away D-Day. We're going to take away Abraham Lincoln. We're going to take away George Washington. Like, we don't need to do that. We don't need to take stuff away from American history. We need to add. You see what I'm saying? I didn't know about the Japanese internment stuff till I was like 17, guys. And that was because I found it myself. So, like, that's my thing is, like, what BM Fan is proposing is what we need. We actually need more information and more dialogue, not less. That's the thing that really pisses me off about this whole, quote, cancel culture thing. That's the thing that kills me. Hey, Vin, want to tell them about our email exchange we had yesterday. I don't know who you are. Oh, that's you. That's you, John Jones, hypocritically trying to go after Minister Farrakhan, even though you had no actual information for yourself and had never listened to Brother Minister Farrakhan. All the while saying you're going to justify your slave-raping, slave-owning forefathers. I have no problem talking about that conversation we had yesterday. You guys, everybody pretty much knows how I am with that, so do what you will with that. That's the exact thing Trump was trying to prevent with the nutjob 1776 commission, trying to remove all negativity about American history. Yeah, I heard about the 1776 thing. I didn't really look much into it, but it wouldn't surprise me. My mom passed away Saturday, roughest time of my life. My name used to be Metal 420. Yeah, bro, I remember you, man. I'm sorry about that. That's the same thing that happened to me, man. My mom passed away, and I'm a completely different person now. So... much love to you, bro. Little boy's best friend's always his mother, right? So, rest in peace to Metal 420's mom. Tough stuff. Tough stuff. Vin, who is some of your favorite death metal bands? Favorite death metal bands? I think... I forgot the name of the band. Somebody brought it up like 2 hours ago. I forgot the name of the band. Damn. They're a Swedish band. We've done like 2 or 3 of their reviews. They're very melodic. And I cannot for the life of me figure out who they are. Global warming is going to shake politics huge by next cycle. Inshallah. Inshallah. Teaching American history would be bad for America's image. All of our successes have been through welfare, and we've stayed afloat by military aggression. I'm not certain, Ben, that there has ever been a superpower in the history of human beings where that hasn't been the case. So, I know... at a surface level, I'm sure some of the warts of American culture and American history, but I still love this country to death, and I still believe we're the greatest country the world's ever seen. But I accept us for who we are, and I think a lot of people would be that way. Give a shout out to me, I dare you. Team, you've said like 4 or 5 things about people like not paying attention to you. We've all said what's up to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? The pandemic started last year. What's good, bro? Who we gunning for? I mean, I came like dressed for war, Jay, but you know, because I was in a bad mood. But the community kind of calmed me down, and you know, I'm feeling actually a little bit happy now. So, shout out to the community. What's up, Zach? I ignored him. All right, Zach, you got a question. Lay me on it. Lay it on me. All right, Moto. My wife says I'm a natural at putting people in a bad mood. I don't know, man. Everybody here was making life good for me. Huggles, because these are COVID-free. There are also global influences that can dictate what we do and don't learn in school. For example, how many Americans know about the Armenian genocide? Relations with Turkey won't allow for it. That's a very good point, Intramorph. Very, very good point. Such a good point. Then about Lewis, I used to think that he was anti-white when younger, but as I listened to what he had to say, I thought he was trying to accomplish, and I got how wrong I was. Well, Brother Mr. Farrakhan is a very, very complex individual, and he has very powerful enemies. But I've found that many of his critics haven't actually sat down and listened to what he has been saying or how he's evolved over time. And I like I've said to everybody about all this cancel culture stuff, we got to give people time to evolve and change. So, you know, all the people lauding Brother Malcolm X. It was Malcolm X Day a couple days ago, yada, 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 all these people. I had a guy send me an email yesterday. He's like, well, Farrakhan killed Malcolm X. It's like, okay, you dislike Farrakhan, but you like Malcolm. Hello, there is nothing Brother Mr. Farrakhan has said about the people that you're upset about that Malcolm said anything any different. Farrakhan learned all of his craziness from your perspective from Brother Malcolm. So it's ridiculous. Like, let's just be as consistent as we possibly can is what we should do. System of a Down actually was the one that really turned us on to the Armenian genocide, right? When you started digging into what was going on with Chop Suey. You know, when we look back at that whole, I'll never forget, man. I was at it wasn't Tattoo the Earth. It was a Pledge of Allegiance tour, because they called it Pledge of Allegiance tour. It happened right after 9/11. And wouldn't you know it, everybody loved America. Man, I miss those days. But you guys know, you've been to a rock show before, and you know, between sets, they're, you know, taking down the previous band and setting up the stuff. And then you hear songs or whatever. So, System of a Down was up next. Okay, Rammstein had just got finished. System was up next. Chop Suey comes on. The lights are on. Nothing flashy is happening because they're switching the stages, you know. Whole crowd starts singing the song. It was like a Christian worship thingamajiggy, man. Like, that song was just so powerful. I've never, ever, ever been in a situation like that other than a prayer meeting in a church. Like, it was such a crazy experience. And it was so, like, mind-blowing to me because it was in the middle of changing out. But, like, that song, man, it was just, you know, it was after 9/11. It was just such a cathartic song, but you could feel that something deeper was going on with that song. And then obviously you look at the history and you hear about the Armenian genocide, and it was like, holy shit, bro. That was an amazing moment. Just unbelievable stuff. So there you go. BM fans, birthday with Malcolm X. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a ton of sense to me, bro. Yeah, Amy Lee, Malcolm X changed a lot of his early. Well, yeah, I mean, he converted from, the crazy form of Islam, which I love Brother Minister Farrakhan, but it's a crazy form of Islam, to more traditional form of Islam, and with that has, it has racial implications for sure. Oh, Magua, they're the greatest, man. They're the greatest metal band of all time. Ridiculous, but they're the greatest modern black metal band of all time. I'll say it that way. I just, oh my god, I love them so much. Big Nose Daryl, you got a girl for no shit, bro. Let me find out. Send me an email, VinceStory@gmail.com. I want to get you guys something. I want to get you guys some matching gear or something like that, bro. I got to get you some stuff, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. I got to get you something. VinceStory@gmail.com. Send me an email, bro. Didn't Farrakhan admit he did have something to do with Malcolm's death, or am I crazy? No, he did a 60-minute interview where he talked about how his rhetoric could have went to, you guys got to understand, at the time, Malcolm was the guy in the Nation of Islam. It was Malcolm, and then it was Elijah Muhammad. When Malcolm left the Nation of Islam, it's not like Farrakhan. Farrakhan was just a guy. As a matter of fact, Malcolm, before he came out and said all the whatever about Elijah Muhammad, he had actually pulled Farrakhan aside and said, hey man, blah, 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 minister's doing this, and that. And Farrakhan was just a guy. Farrakhan was like, he had no power to do anything to Malcolm. He was just a foot soldier at the time. Like the Farrakhan that we know now, who's in control of the Nation of Islam, like, that was literally decades later. He didn't even have the power or the influence to do anything to Malcolm at the time. So, and of course, very recently, as in 2 days ago, there's been the confluence of the FBI and the NYPD, and that's all open source stuff now. And there's also a Netflix documentary about it as well. So, I think the newest research has it pretty clear about who killed Brother Malcolm. Yeah, man. Send me her shirt size, man. I'm very, very happy for you, Mr. Big Nose Daryl. You make sure you're good to that girl, though. Make sure you're good to her, you're always honest with her, and you're always respectful of her. I'm sure you're going to do a good job. Yeah, I'm about to watch that Judas and the Black Messiah movie tonight, bro. I'm going to watch it tonight. That's one of the cool things about homeschooling, though, is that you get to... Sure, we're going to talk about slavery and all that, but you're also going to hear about, the John Browns of the world, the white guy who was saying, if you don't let these Negroes go, I'm going to set fire to your plantation, and how about that? And people were like, yeah, right, you ain't going to deny that shit. And he's like, word, okay. And he showed up the next night and set fire to those people's plantation, bro. So, like, my kids are going to, like, there were a lot of heroic, amazing people of all shapes and races during the Civil War, and it's just like today, where when you look at the riots, the uprisings last year, and you saw the people being brutalized by police, you saw white folks getting slammed up and getting shot up with rubber bullets right beside us. You see what I'm saying? So being woke or conscious or whatever is not about demonizing a race of people. It's about saying, this is what happened. These who the heroes were. These who the villains were. It has nothing to do ultimately with their race, but to do with, their understanding of what a human being is. All atrocities in the world have to do with a misunderstanding of what a human being is. And so that's one of the benefits of being a homeschooler, is you get to you get to decide shaping the world. Somebody's going to decide to shape the worldview of these kids. Whether it's the 1776 people going to take out all the negative aspects of American history so that you can have this completely nationalistic, racist understanding of America, or it's going to be, the black Israelite view, which is the white man is the devil and all your problems are because of white people and blah, 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 blah. If you want to do that, you can do that too. I'd rather teach my kids a biblical worldview, which is to say, hey, people are horrible, and when you combine sin with power, you're going to get oppression. But God always reserves people in those situations who are going to fight on the side of the oppressed against the oppressor. And our job in learning history is not so that we can look at a group of people and say, you are the devil. Our job in history is to say, okay, we probably have an oppressed group of people here, and you better make sure that you're on the right side. Right? You better make sure you're on the right side. And that's why, here's the thing, if you learn from history, you will see that the people who were on the right side were called extremists by the people who were moderates on the other side. So guys like John Brown, who were setting fire to plantations or whatever to liberate black slaves, you had people saying, oh, this guy's extreme, he's crazy, blah, blah, blah. He's crazier than Frederick Douglass, yada, yada, yada. But now the guy's a hero, right? So, that's why history is so important to me. Because, when you combine history and theology, that's one of the reasons I'm the way that I am about the abortion question. Because the people in the South thought that they were good, God-loving, God-fearing, good, decent people who just happened to disagree on a political topic. But they were still good people. No, you can't be a good people and be a good person and disagree on the slavery topic and still be a good person. So, history is really, really important. And that's another thing that concerns me about, and I'm just using cancel culture as a whatever. It concerns me that, something offends me, so we're going to erase it from the conversation. Like, whoa, that's dangerous as hell on both sides. I don't want leftists doing that. I don't want right-wingers doing that. Just let's put all the shit on the table and have a discussion, right? But anyway, it is what it is. I can't have a basic conversation with people who believe caring about others is a weakness. Well, that's true. I am a huge proponent of classic film preservation, and it's killing me that people want them shelved, just like burning books. Where does it end? Yeah. I mean, seriously, Pastor, look, man, you guys, look, it's very rare that the good guys have ever been for destroying literature and art. And I'm saying very rare because I generally try to stay away from absolute statements like that. But I can't think of a time in history where the good guys have been the ones who've been trying to silence people from information. That shit is, I don't walk around in fear, but it's definitely something to where you got to be like, I don't trust, you can't trust these people. That's my thing. The people trying to cancel shit, and the people trying, now we've got the Muppets, and there's got to be some viewer discretion is advised, I guess, for the Muppets, which, man, the Muppets, man, were the cartoon that brought me through my freaking childhood when I first came to this country, bro. When I first came to this country, I cannot tell you how much comfort the Muppets gave to me before I had to go to my school. Holy shit. now we're going after the Muppets? Holy shit. That shit is crazy. It's not a good play. It's not a good play. I'm very, 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 very skeptical of those people, man. Sesame Street, yeah, bro. Holy shit, Sesame Street now. I don't know, man. I don't know where we're going, guys. I think we're losing the plot here. We're losing the plot here. And I don't believe that the elites, whatever people want to talk about, on either side have me or your best interest at heart. BLM is rammed by Antifa and other Marxists. It was proved so in May during the riots and looting. I don't know what you mean by that cattle decapitation. How much Marx have you read? People need to belong to groups, makes them feel superior. If not race, it's nation. On a smaller scale, music. You metal elitists, that's true. That's very, very true. Yeah, it's just a fact, Sean. I mean, it's a fact, you know. And the look, I believe that there are bad actors in the world, man. You know, so I say all the time, like, it's important that we demonize demons. But when we demonize good people or we demonize regular people, that's a problem. And it seems to me that the demons are demonizing regular people. And we're going along with it. When I listen to Gina Carano talk to Ben Shapiro, I'm like, okay, this is not somebody who is some Nazi revolutionary trying to stir up some, if you can't tell the difference between a Gina Carano post and a post from who's that crazy guy, BM fan, when the riot started or the insurrection happened on the 6th, Trump's lawyer on Parler. Anyway, there's a clear, if you can't tell the difference between those two posts, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's a clear difference there. And people like that guy that have the combination of that type of influence and that type of proximity to power are extremely rare. Linwood, extremely rare. Most people do not have that unique combination of danger in the public sphere. Guy like that, no, I have no problem with saying, hey man, you're out. You're out of the public discourse, because this is far beyond yelling fire in a crowded theater. I'm sorry. I showed you guys that stuff on the Middle America video. I had screenshots on Parler. These people were talking about killing people, murdering Mike, Pence, which again, that's, now you're not talking about left wing, right wing, right? You're talking about murdering Mike Pence, who's a vice president, who up until then was aside from Trump, was there any other more hated man on the left than Mike Pence? And they immediately flipped on him like that? That tells you everything you need to know. Those people telling those people, like, you're out of the public discourse, I'm talking specifically Linwood, Trump, things like, I have no problem doing that. That's not a free speech issue. That's a survival issue. But if you can't tell the difference between that and Gina Carano, who made a not very good analogy between the Holocaust and what's happening to white Republican people in America now, if you can't see the difference between the two, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You didn't tell them about our emails. You're the one who's scared here, actually. Been scared to spit out the truth. Well, why don't you call me, John R. Jones, since I'm so afraid of you? Why don't you call me and we'll have a conversation? Since I'm scared of you. I don't think anybody believes that. Yeah, I heard about Tiger. I mean, he's alive, right? So I'm happy about that. I'm happy that he's alive. Vin, do you feel that we're told everything that we need concerning COVID? How much of it is kept from the general public? How do you feel about mental health after it's over? You know, Regina, that's such a good question. Because, okay, if you look at this Andrew Cuomo situation, right? Like, a lot of my right-leaning friends are like, oh, these COVID numbers are being exaggerated. But what we've seen with the Cuomo situation, which is really interesting to me, because a lot of my right-leaning friends are like, oh, look at Cuomo. I'm like, wait a second. Cuomo's issue was that he was underreporting the deaths. My perspective on COVID is that the deaths are actually underreported. I know in my specific state, area, city, there was a strange rash of people dying in their sleep of respiratory issues. So no, I don't. I think the numbers have actually been underreported, and I think that I don't care what side you're on. I know. Okay, I'll talk about me personally about the effect of COVID. I was watching a video last night, and it was all these people out in a park or whatever, and it was like New York City type of vibe, and all these guys were friends, and so they were doing the pounds and like hugging each other and all this, and I cringed. The video was like 3 or 4 years old, but I was like, oh, and I'm like, holy shit, like my mind now has been like, I don't know, traumatized, or I don't know what the word is, but I'm definitely like psychologically a different person now because of COVID than before. Not to mention the other situations with COVID. Trump is a fascist, and so are his supporters. Well, Trump is definitely a fascist. I don't think all of his supporters are fascists. I think that's like the most uncharitable way to look at Trump supporters. And I think there's a lot of times when you can have a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, when I was a kid, I used to get blamed for everything. Everything that happened, they'd blame me over and over and over and over again. So finally, I was like, okay, I'll just start doing it. And like, for example, Ashley Babbitt, the girl that charged the Washington, whatever, she caught a bullet to the neck. I don't think she was a fascist. I think she truly, truly, truly believed that this is something she had to do for liberty as a whole. And, you know, just kind of broad brush, you're talking about millions of people, maybe half the country. To broad brush half the people in this country as evil, racist fascists. And again, I'm the original sin guy. I just think it's crazy. I just think that that's crazy. Ben. Who went after Edward Snowden? Later, Rich, who went after Edward Snowden? Who tortured Chelsea Manning? Who did that? Who killed Anwar al-Awlaki without a trial? Who killed Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki without a trial? Who did that? Answer the question, Ben. Trump is a fascist, but people support him for a myriad of reasons. Then, what do you call people that support fascist policies? Ben, answer my question. Here, I'll answer it for you. Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Obama tried to kill Edward Snowden. Barack Obama tortured Chelsea Manning for telling the truth. Barack Obama, do you remember the whole Verizon situation when he was super spying on everybody? That's not fascistic? Killing a U.S. citizen without trial and then killing his 16-year-old son 4 weeks later, that's not fascistic? This is the thing that kills me. It's like, okay, you can point out Trump's fascistic tendencies, and many of them are valid, but why is there no mention of Obama's fascistic tendencies that actually resulted in killing people, that actually resulted in the intrusion of our rights, that actually resulted in the torture of an American soldier? That's fascist. That's actual fascism. Why isn't that talked about? And people go, oh, that's whataboutism. No, it's not whataboutism, because Mr. Joe Biden was presiding as the vice president when all that shit has happened, and he repudiated none of it. So if we're worried about fascism, we've got a fucking fascist in office now, for sure. But is it okay because he's a Democrat? He's a blue fascist, so it's okay now? So we got the red fascists or the tan fascists out. Now we got the blue fascists in. Now it's okay. Miss me with that, bro. I don't want to hear it. I have not heard any Tool lately. Leftists called Obama fascist, but they got called tankies for it. Yep. Yeah, it's a classic. I had to read it in AP English, Luminous Night. Barack Obama, America's first black war criminal president. I'm so proud. Correct. Keep in mind, Vin, I'm the guy that thinks there isn't a president in U.S. history that isn't a criminal. That's fine, Ben, but I don't hear you saying all Biden supporters are fascists. Because you know there's a difference between Biden and his evil ass and the people that voted for him in good conscience. That's the thing is, like, I'm not going to look at every Biden supporter and say, oh, that means that you support record deportations, kids in cages, extrajudicial murdering of U.S. citizens and their children, Verizon spying on people, torturing U.S. soldiers and things like that. I'm not going to say that they support all that because they support Biden. A lot of people voted for Biden because they were scared to death of Trump. So it's completely uncharitable to take the worst possible motive for why half the country voted for this guy. I don't believe that half of our country are these horrible Nazi fascists. I don't believe it. And you know what the clearest indication of that was? There was, I don't know, like 25,000 people at the Capitol, and a very, very small percentage of those people were dumb enough to go and do the bullshit that they did. That tells you everything you need to know. Sorry, I missed a lot. How is Joe Biden a fascist? Biden is racist. We know that already. Then what about canceling people that goes against vaccine, pushes chloroquine, against lockdown, against the use of masks? Andre, I don't know who you're talking about. Vin, but Donald knows white supremacists support him and he doesn't care, and the voters know that too. So, Bruno, Obama knew that a lot of black nationalists supported him. Farrakhan is supposedly a big giant boogeyman. Farrakhan supported Obama. So what's the difference? Like, I don't understand it. Like, look, we're in a two-party system, and both of these guys are generally on the same team. When you see those guys going after each other, it's about ego. It's not about policy. Trust me. So, until we get a situation, a guy like Bernie or an Andrew Yang or whatever, I mean, this is what we have. Don't conflate any kind of authoritarian action, the fascism, the specific thing with specific goals. Yeah, BM fan, I hear you, man. But I'm sorry. When you got it, Mr. Obama was way worse about government overreach and Big Brother than Trump ever dreamed of being, and he gets a pass. When you get a guy who's saying, yeah, I'm going to link the Verizon scandal for you guys with Obama. Trump never did anything even close to that. What he did to Edward Snowden. Now, I know, trust me, I understand people like Amy Lee are gonna have certain opinions about it. I have certain opinions about it. I get it. I've got close friends that are, whatever about Edward Snowden. But I don't care. Mr. Obama was horrible. He's a war criminal, authoritarian fascist. You're gonna say he's not a fascist because he's on the left. But at the same time, BM fan, you know very well that a corporate Democrat today is a Republican in 1995. So are you going to absolve Obama of fascism because he's he's on the left as a Democrat when you know he's not really a Democrat, when Obama himself has said, I'm basically a Republican. So, okay, so Obama is basically a right-winger by his own admission, and he has done horrifically fascistic shit that makes Trump look like a fucking choir boy. You know that, I know. Those are facts. Those are facts. Trump's fascism is ego-driven. Obama's fascism was policy-driven. I agree with you. They're not the same thing. One is much worse than the other. Let's be real here. Obama and Biden faked Syrian bomb coverage, and when the UN discovered it, Biden just walked out of UN assembly being all flabbergasted. Holy moly. How is Obama a war criminal? I'm genuinely asking. Well, it might have to do, Nick, with authorizing the most drone bombings in a single year than anybody before him or since in his last year as president, which overwhelmingly killed civilians, and he knew they would kill civilians in Afghanistan. For what purpose? None of those civilians, or, by the way, none of the combatants were targeting American interests. The guy is actually one of the worst people on the face of the earth. Right, Collins. What about the hundreds of thousands of people who never watch or read the news? They exist. To lump all those voters together as fascist is intellectually lazy. And the other thing, Collins, is that they're getting all their data from Fox News, and they're being presented a certain perspective, and it's not, let's join a fascist administration. It's, are you a patriot? Do you love your country? These are simple people saying, yeah, I love my country. Well, these people hate your country. You want to vote them in? Hell no. I don't want to vote somebody in that hates my country. So they're voting in. The tagline is not fascism, it's patriotism. These are people who love their country, and they feel their country is being taken from them. You can't call those people fascists. That's where it like crosses a line to me, man. And that's where it like kills all these conversations. There are very, very few people, in my opinion, who voted for Trump that are actual fascists. Very few. How do progressives take control and try to do what's right for America? Well, Rudy, what's going to happen is you're going to have a progressive candidate with some cojones. And we had Bernie, and I'm sorry, BM fan, but Bernie, he doesn't have enough fight in him to do what I believe Trump did in 2016 and what he's about to do in 2024. So I think unless we have a leader, I'm not an anarchist for this reason. I think the progressive movement in America is the greatest argument against the foundational concept of anarchy, namely that we don't necessarily need hierarchy. That's untrue. The vast majority of people in this country are progressive, but because we have no leader, because Bernie Sanders was a horrible leader who could not lead, we have Joe Biden in the White House. It's a fact. So I don't know how. I think AOC called out Biden today for the whole cages thing. And so I think she's gaining steam, she's gaining respect. And who knows, inshallah, maybe in 2024. But the progressive movement has no leadership right now. I'm not saying that Fox News is necessarily right. That people on the left are trying to destroy the country. What I'm saying is the motivating factor for a lot of Trump supporters was not fascism. You could say it's uber nationalism, but to characterize them all that way. And look, you guys know me. I don't care necessarily about being nice to people. I'm just saying it seems to me to be an intellectually lazy thing to say Trump is a fascist, therefore everybody that voted for Trump is a fascist. That's crazy. It's crazy to me. So is everybody who voted for Biden a fascist too then? Ben? All right, guys, I got a half an hour, and tomorrow I'm going to buy a souped up thingamajiggy, and we should be able to shoot videos live again. Because I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give up on it. Yeah, I think AOC, I really think she's got the next 4 years here is going to be very telling. I kind of need OBS help, but I basically figured it out. It's my Mac and the Elgato version we were using were not a good combination, and so I'm thinking about like going really crazy because there's like a 4K option that works very well with Mac. So we'll see. Who am I talking to? Hey, can you hear me? Hold on. For some reason, you are not on speaker. Let's try it this way.
Hello?
All right, what about now?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello?
Microphone muted.
Is this thing working?
What about now? Say hi.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Ask a different question.
Okay. What question should I ask?
Well, just not that one. There's some embarrassing problems I don't want to talk about right now.
I got you, big bro. All right, so what's up, bro? What can I do for you today?
Nothing. I guess I just wanted to maybe go on a mini rant about how Obama was basically the incarnation of all human evil that ever existed anywhere.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, obviously the fucking drone strikes, just killing people, and then like the restricting the speech of the journalists and shit. He was like a communist dictator, only he was in capitalism.
Okay.
It's like nobody makes me rage more than that man does.
Okay.
And I've had anger issues for years. I used to pin people up against walls and attack them when I got pissed.
And you've since grown from that.
I'm not that guy anymore, but
yeah, as Jesse has pointed out, that's literally every president, though, especially in our lifetime, little bro.
I think you could make a fair argument for that. Yeah, I think you could make a fair argument for that. I hate politicians. They're the lowest form of human being. It's like the highest form of human being is like the common man, and the lowest is like the politician.
Well, yeah, I think things are a little bit more complex than that. I think Bernie Sanders. I think he's a well-meaning politician. Don't you?
I mean, when you're apologizing for Che Guevara, I mean,
who was apologizing for Che Guevara?
Wasn't it freaking what's his face? Bernie Sanders is saying it was an educational program.
No, he was talking about Cuba, Castro, which basically Che Guevara. I agree with you to some degree, but he I mean, honestly, he was just parroting what Obama had said a couple years earlier, but for some reason when he said
yeah, that's funny. My state governor, Jay Inslee, likes to do that one. Jay Inslee's Obama's sock puppet.
Let me ask you a question, though. Because this is something that I think I actually underestimated the ramifications of. Trump's sort of demonization of every media outlet that wasn't praising him as fake news and as being the enemy of the people. Do you find that troubling? Did you think that was dangerous?
Dangerous, maybe. Troubling a little bit, certainly. It's like you're going scorched earth saying everybody's your enemy and everyone's out to get you. That's a little, paranoid schizophrenic territory. And I actually used to know a guy who was borderline paranoid schizophrenic. I know how they can be.
Yeah, but see, I never thought of Trump, and to this moment don't think of Trump as being crazy. Was it paranoid schizophrenia, or was it a very intelligent reading of human nature for him to say, you know what, let's say that all these people are my enemies, so now there's this heuristic where anytime somebody hears anything bad about me, they'll just say it's fake news, to the point where I was having a conversation with a Trump supporter yesterday, and there's this thing, Heritage Foundation, like they were between 2017 and 2018, the most abortions on record ever, right? And so this girl was telling me that Trump was the most pro-life president, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, we had the most abortions of all time in this period, right? And I said, who was the president? And you know how I get down. I show my numbers or whatever. And she refused to answer. She refused to answer the question. She said it was all fake news. So, like, these people have like saran wrapped themselves, securely away from facts based on this phrase, fake news. Don't you think that that's kind of dangerous?
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty dangerous. I hadn't really come at it at that angle. I thought it was, oh my God, it's the celebrity nonsense again. It's the hyperbole and the blah, blah, blah. Pay attention to me.
Yeah.
Because that's what he does. He's like a reality TV star with The Apprentice and...
Yeah.
You're fired. I don't like celebrities much. Some of them I really do. I occasionally get to interact with William Shatner on Twitter. Cool guy.
Holy shit, that's cool, bro.
Sometimes he's a pretty active guy on Twitter. You can usually send him a message, occasionally get him to respond to something.
No doubt.
I mean, the thing about him is, like, if you give him negativity, that's what you get back. You give him positive, that's what you get back. That's what people don't get. It's like, oh my God, he's such a jerk. Like, no, you're just not treating him right. Like, good grief.
Yeah.
You treat people right, man. You treat them like a human being, as a decency and respect.
Yeah, and things turn out well. All right, I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah. See you, man.
Have a good one, bro.
Yep, bye.
Big homie Nate Winter, shout out to the homie. Yeah, man. The big thing for me is you gotta be willing to listen to everybody, and that's kind of where I come from with it. Do I agree with everything? No, but at the same time, I want to hear people out. See what I'm saying? AOC once searched a lottery ticket and won $2. She then pulled out a lighter and lit it up because $2 is stupid. Her words. Facts. Ice-T responds to my tweets so often. He is cool. In your opinion, does Trump come back and win in 2024? Yes, Roger. I believe that Trump is going to win easily in 2024. Let's be honest, all views on how government should be run is corrupt. No matter your view, there is always a thirst for power somewhere. Probably right about that. Gonna do some bench press today. You should, man. You should. I fucked up my knee on a heavy bag yesterday. Pretty upset about it. But I'll be back tomorrow. So, good to go. Vin, baby, cheers from Costa Rica. Rican living in Mexico. Longtime fan of yours. Hope you react to some longer yes pieces like Awaken and Revealing Science of God. No doubt, bro. No doubt. I want to go. To Costa Rica for a vacation. Maybe a month-long vacation. There is actual fact and then there is lies. One of the great things about the Trump presidency that I've said over and over again is he has completely ended the moral relativist bullshit. Nobody's saying anymore, hey, that's right for you, I'll do what's right for me. People now have a moral compass that they have no problem imposing upon other people, and I'm very grateful to God for Trump because of that. Can we move on from politics? I mean, it's an open conversation. Okay, so the first hour we're talking about Tupac and Jay-Z and all the rest of it, man. So I'm just going with what people talk about, bro. I don't understand people's like aversion to quote politics. Like, guys, it's our lives. Like, these policies are our lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm half blind and I'm like waiting to see if the eye can fix itself because I don't want to pay the freaking doctor's bill, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, this stuff affects our lives. I don't understand why politics like becomes this thing over here. But it's all good. You get back what you give. Slipknot. Finn, UFOs, alien life. Do you believe in it? Absolutely. Absolutely, Daniel. I believe in it, and I'm very shocked that there are people that don't believe in it. Like, I'm very, very surprised. We can't talk about sex. Christian sex is boring. Well, I don't know how you would know that, Amy Lee, considering you're not a Christian. How could you know? You don't think anyone else will be better for 2024 other than Trump? Is that the best we can do? No, I don't think it's the best we could do. But I just think in 2024, either Biden or Kamala is going to be the incumbent, and neither one of those people are strong. The only reason Biden was able to win this time around was because the media had done such a great job of demonizing Trump. They blamed him for shit that he wasn't responsible for. So they didn't give him credit for the things he was responsible for. And they got all these people up into this crazy furor that Trump is a sum total of all their problems and that Joe Biden was going to bring us back to the promised land. And I think people are going to be extremely disillusioned by it. People already are, because the kids in cages thing is already starting with Biden, even though it started with him, but that's another subject. And I think by the time you get to the end of the Biden administration, there are going to be so many flubs. There's going to be so many times when he loses the confidence of the American people. And Kamala Harris is not a quick thinker either. There have been many times when Kamala's been, caught off guard with a very basic question and she didn't know what to do. So I don't think there's going to be any confidence in the Democratic ticket. And I don't think that AOC is going to have enough cojones to start a third party. And I think Trump is either going to tell the Republican Party, I will fucking start the Patriot Party and you guys, and that's it, or I'm going to be the guy. And I think he'll win again. I really do. I used to be Catholic. That's why I switched. Okay. I don't know. I think, look, if you look at some of the, I was just looking at this thing of the Puritans where this woman, the Puritans, right? This woman brought her husband to the church court, basically, and had him church disciplined because he was not fulfilling his conjugal duties. So I think there's a lot of like stereotypes about Christianity and sex, but I don't know, man. Like, we're producing a lot more kids than everybody. So shit is going down. See what I'm saying? God only created Earth, so aliens don't exist in a world of God. Surely, my lost data. I don't know about that, bro. What sect of Christianity do you follow? I mean, Phil, for shorthand, just today, because I'm feeling randy, I'll just say I'm a reformed Christian. When you think of Brazil, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Anderson Silva is the first thing that comes to mind when I think of Brazil. There's this exposition called the Hail Mary. You know I'm kidding. I don't know that you're kidding. I don't know. Vin, do you know Armenia was the first country in the world to declare Christianity as official state religion? Intramorph, I'm not sure if that was Armenia. There was a country in Africa that did that pretty early as well. But hey, that's cool. Not fulfilling conjugal duties. Why would I bother with somebody delusional enough to believe what you do? Oh, okay. BM fans in the middle of a jihad with somebody. Yeah, I like bench press and then the elliptical, and I'm also a big kettlebell guy. Kettlebells are crazy. They work everything out. Do you have any recommendations for particular sources for someone not into politics to get themselves more informed with the deeper happenings in modern politics? Holy shit, bro. I'll have to think about that. Send me an email. I might have to. There you go. Okay, Perkinos has spoken. Armenia was first. Okay, shout out to Armenia. Shout out to Armenia. See, now this is what I'm talking about with Ben Shapiro, right? He goes, watch this insane video. You can really feel the unifying. And it's a guy who was carrying a Trump 2024 flag in an ice skating rink, and then he gets tackled by everybody, right? So this is Ben Shapiro. Why put that out there? Why? What's that going to accomplish? Nothing but solidifying the persecution complex of a group of people who are not used to any sort of adversity. And now, here we go. Terrible stuff. The Aksumite Empire is pretty darn fascinating, though. Can anyone save me? Only Jesus can save you, Joshua. Only Jesus can save you. Hey, man, I have not seen you react to Celosis on your channel yet. Very underrated band overall. Josh, their vocalist and guitarist, super. Send me an email. I've never heard anybody even ask for that band. But yeah, exactly, Isaac. This is what I'm talking about. Like, both sides are now generating tremendous amounts of revenue, profiting off of the division. And, a lot of people, these people that believe that there's like a purge happening of right-wing voices, like, what you don't understand is that, especially in social media spaces, opposition media always does better, right? So if you have a Republican, then you're going to have a guy like Jimmy Dore, et cetera, like take off, right, in office because he's opposition media. There's going to be, in the next 4 years, a new right-wing rock star. There's going to be a Ben Shapiro, not a Ben Shapiro, like a Jimmy Dore type guy on the right in the next 4 years because we're in a Biden situation. So all these groups, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, blah, 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 big tech, yada, yada, yada. Big tech loves Republican media right now. They love it. That's where they're making the majority of their money. Big tech has no interest in canceling Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson and all the rest of them. No way. They're cashing in. All they hear when they hear Ben Shapiro and the rest of it is cha-ching. Hey man, I found your channel on Saturday. Went back to the very first videos you posted. I've been watching every video on the songs I've liked. I've watched over 20 videos and love you guys. Thank you so much, Aiden. I appreciate that a lot. I think you and Sori need to react to Eurovision entries just for laugh. I don't know what Eurovision is. Dan Crenshaw. Trying to lose weight and having asthma. Yeah, man, I think, my watch has a heart rate monitor. Those kettlebells will get your heart rate up, bro. Trust me. Kettlebells is the thing. Compare Enoch with a lot of the other ancient mythology, and it starts to make a bit of sense. Stuff that's very common to alien topics such as genetic manipulation. Yeah, Ant, I'm not completely closing the door to that. In all seriousness, do you think that the perceived security of masks will almost create a religion, seeing it as our savior and supreme protection long after Corona? No, JD, I don't think it's going to go that far. I do think that the masks are going to be a staple thing in our country now, though. Kind of like Japan and all these other countries, right? Like, there's countries like Japan and China and things like that where it's like, it's a staple in the country now. And you'll never go there without seeing groups of people that can, that are wearing the masks. In a debate with a religious friend about how real the supernatural is, and I've done everything I can possibly do to try and summon some demon with no success, how can I be proven wrong? I don't even know I don't even know what you're saying. So you're in a debate with a religious friend about how real the supernatural is, and I've done everything I can possibly do to try and summon a demon. Well, even if you summoned a demon, right? Like, how would you be able to prove that that's a supernatural entity? And what does the term supernatural actually mean? Like, I've since abandoned the term supernatural. I don't even know what does that mean? Masks are good, honestly. Japan is super good with masks. If anyone is ever sick, you wear a mask to protect others. It's part of their culture. What do you think of the Great Reset? What's the Great Reset? I don't mind the masks anymore, but I hate forgetting to put one on when I'm in public. Maybe that's why the aliens have lost their facial features. Maybe they are us in the future. The mask started it. That's actually a good short story, bro. Anything to cover up my ugly face. Stop it, Jesse. You're a pretty boy. Stop lying. I've seen Jesse. He's pretty as hell, bro. Show yourself. All good, man. I left a comment on one of your videos 2 years ago. I love your honesty. The massive Metallica fan. Country Alka. No, I love what Sori didn't like. Yeah, man. Aiden, thanks, bro. Country Alka was hilarious. The Great Reset is a nutjob conspiracy theory. Oh. Japan and China have really bad pollution. That's true. That's true about the masks in Japan and China, for sure. The reason that I would vote for a Democrat over a Republican is the issue of the environment. I feel that lots of Republicans don't care about the environment. I wish the Green Party was bigger. Well, yeah, it's obvious. That's not a priority for Republicans. If you put yourself out there and shout your opinions in the rooftops, people who think you are wrong are going to come after you. It's nothing new. If you're bringing a bunch of unwanted attention to your employer, you might get canned. That doesn't mean you are canceled. Go get a job as a political commentary, not as an actress on a kid's show. Yeah, Nick, I completely disagree with you. She's a human being. She's an American citizen. She has the right to comment in the public sphere. That's what it means to be an American. Just because you work for a company or a corporation does not strip you of your right as an American to speech or to contribute to the public. Holy shit. And again, it wasn't that people canceled Gina Carano because there was this overwhelming exodus from Disney because it happened. I had no idea that she even posted that shit on Instagram until they canceled her. Which is the lesson that right-wingers never got from Marilyn Manson. The way that I found out who and what Marilyn Manson was I was listening to the 700 Club with my mom, and there was Pat Robinson talking about Marilyn Manson, and that's how I found out. So, no, I just completely disagree with that. I think that's terrible. I think that's dangerous for our country. I think that's the epitome of being un-American. It's un-American to say that, oh, you can't comment on politics, sit down and shut up and wear this costume and get out of here. That's crazy. It's just crazy to me. She has no rights to be hired. That's fine, Nick. She doesn't. Well, she's hired by the Daily Wire now, right? I don't think that Disney broke the law. I just think they did something very stupid. I think they did something extremely stupid. She was a popular character, as far as I know. I mean, I don't know. I never watched the show. And now, anytime somebody gets canceled, they're going to end up in Ben Shapiro's studio and they're going to line that man. That man is going to get extremely rich in the next 3 to 5 years. So, go for it. Go for it, man. I don't really know much about AI. We have an AI specialist here, but she's not here right now, so we'll see. The Great Reset is an initiative promoted by the World Economic Forum as far as I can see. Don't trust any of us. Best you check your sources. You probably got great sources. The first video I found of you guys on Saturday was Queensryche, Eyes of a Stranger, and you guys said you would eventually react to the whole Operation Mindcrime. We will, but we have not yet. Gina was on her final strike. Disney had already given her numerous warnings. This was just the final straw. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. My opinion is it was ridiculous and silly for Disney to do that. They successfully made a martyr out of her, and they're going to make Ben Shapiro very rich, and there's going to be a lot of people that are going to watch and patronize her movie, whatever movie it is, just to stick it to Disney. And every single time something like this happens, Ben Shapiro is going to make another movie. He's going to make all these people very rich, and you know what? They deserve it. You get what you get. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't feel sorry for Gina Carano at all. I'm just, I was trained as a strategist. My thing was always like, okay, Vin, what's the strategy though? And this is terrible strategy. All it did was confirm a narrative which I currently believe is false, but that there's some sort of Republican purge happening in the public sphere. I don't believe it's true, but you do stuff like that, it confirms those things. Okay. I think it's ridiculous that they did that. They think the Great Reset is some new world order plot of Bill Gates. It's just a term, though, indicating that after big pandemics, there tends to be some societal shift. Well, I don't think that's even contestable. Of course there's going to be a societal shift. How is that a big conspiracy? It's like Bill Gates. Is it like population control stuff? Because Bill Gates is now the big boogeyman. I don't like the Daily Wire, but at least she won't be working for a company that props up a genocidal regime like China. Another very good point. If these people were so concerned about Holocausts and things like that, then why hasn't Disney or any of these other people said anything about China then? And the Holocaust that's happening to those Muslim people over there in China. You see? This is all like political bullshit. I'm going to watch the Gina Carano thing just to say fuck you to Disney. Seriously. Like, I cannot stand the posturing, and I hate when political sides use real human suffering when they do not give a fuck about the actual humans that were suffering. They just want to do it to beat up on people they don't like. Hence, the Trump cages situation, and Biden does it, you didn't give a fuck. I can't. There's nothing that gets me more than that is utilizing other sufferings of people when you genuinely do not care, but you're just using it as a cudgel to bash other people. I'm not with that shit at all, bro. Nope. I am more afraid of natural stupidity than artificial intelligence. Holy shit. Amy Lee forever. I might have to get a tattoo of that, bro. I'm not saying Disney is right or wrong, man. I'm saying Disney is wrong. Because companies only care about money, they fired Gina because they thought her opinions would lose them their money. They stay silent on China for that sweet, sweet cash flow. Correct. Facts. Okay. Yeah, you may have consequences for what you say. Fine, Nick. I get it. And what I'm saying is there are also consequences to those consequences. And when you're in a free market economy, people can stand up their own publishing houses and their own studios and make their own movies and say, fuck you. And now everybody that gets canceled is going to get funneled to Ben Shapiro. Congratulations. You just made the right wing that much stronger. And you've also solidified. Can you imagine if there's like 15 Gina Caranos by 2024 and Trump has them all up on the stage? Forget it. Do it. Do it. See how it turns out. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Gordon, and I think the analogy is ridiculous, but she basically is comparing what's happening to white Republican people to the beginnings of like Kristallnacht and what happened to the Jews in Nazi Germany. I think it is a terrible analogy, but there are people who feel that way. And that she got excised, she got fired from Disney for that. Pfft, ridiculous. Is Dime your all-time favorite guitarist? Head from Korn is my all-time favorite guitarist. That's completely emotional, but Dime is a close second. Right, I don't know if you heard, but the current genocide in China is just a cultural thing. I know. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable stuff. But the thing is, Biden has never pretended to be anything other than that, man. He's never pretended to be anything other than that. Unbelievable. Yeah, Jorge, but she's not going anywhere, Jorge. Gina's a millionaire. The only person that they really hurt was her executive assistants who no longer have a job. But she's currently right now filming with Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, and I guarantee you she's going to net more financially from that than she was at Mandalorian. So, say what you want. Did your study of Islam strengthen your Christianity? Absolutely. What's your opinion on Deftones? I met Chi Cheng in Virgin Records when White Pony came out when I was in New York City. I love the Deftones. It's a band I never got to see live, but I'm saying she got fired, big deal. People got to turn it into some dramatic sign of a collapsing society. Well, it is a dramatic sign because what it means is that people now have to worry about their employment when they're contributing in the public sphere, and their lives might be ruined for having the wrong opinion, especially when there have been other people that have made Holocaust analogies that were completely wrong, like AOC, and she never got canceled for it. That's a problem. That is an absolute problem. And if you don't see that as a problem, that's because you don't believe it will happen to you. I'm a small business owner. I own multiple small businesses, so none of this shit affects me at all in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not sympathetic to Gina Carano's cause. I think the fact that she even thinks that way is indicative of the fact that we all know that white supremacy is an actual real thing. But that's a separate conversation. I have no sympathy for her position in the Instagram post, but I sure as hell am not going to support destroying a person's life for posting a political position I do not agree with. She was not calling for the death of anyone. She was not calling for violence. As a matter of fact, she was calling for no violence, and she was warning us about something. Again, I think her application of it was wrong, but like I said, if you can't tell the difference between Gina Carano and Lynn Wood, then we got a problem. And it is absolutely a problem. And it's one of the things that is going to get Trump reelected. Watch. The thing that kills me about the whole Gina Carano situation, honestly, is like the lack of foresight. You know, I was trained, look, any decision that you make, you have to think about how your enemies are going to make it, because they're trained to use all your shit against you, just like you're trained to use all their shit against them. So anytime I look at a situation, I go, okay, how is Trump going to use this? Or how are these people going to use this? And it's obvious how they're going to use it. And the fact that people on the left don't realize how this is going to get militarized and marshaled for eventualities that none of us want, it's mind-boggling to me. You don't see how this is going to get really bad? Holy shit. Since we're talking about Disney, why does no one care when Hobby Lobby fires atheists and denies them benefits? Well, holy shit, man. Hobby Lobby's firing atheists? I think that's like completely terrible to do. They sent me an email a couple days ago. I gotta check this out. Where does it say that they're firing atheists? Where does it say that Hobby Lobby's firing atheists? The last thing I saw was that Hobby Lobby was refusing to finance people's birth control, whatever, which I'm completely in agreement with, obviously. Where does it say they're firing atheists, though? How do you look at French freedom of speech in terms of the Charlie Hebdo cartoon about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Muslim response? Well, what happened with the Charlie Hebdo situation was horrible, and I'm speaking now as a person, Amy, in our world. When I say our world, I'm talking about your world and my world, or the world I used to live in, the world you're still in. Tactically speaking, there should have been, I'm not speaking as a Christian now, I'm speaking as just somebody analyzing the situation. There should have been a very severe intelligence and militaristic response to that attack against those people. There should have been an extremely severe response. And I think the way that France responded to the Charlie Hebdo situation was a horrible, tactically speaking. So that's as much as I'll say about that. What are some of the distinct disagreements between Christianity and Islam that strengthen your Christian belief and or prevented your conversion to Islam? It's a good question. Surah 4, 157, obviously, in the Quran that says that Jesus was never crucified. I'm sorry. Like, you know, I talk about Bart Ehrman all the time. Like, no historian with any sort of credibility, Christian or secular or whatever, denies that Jesus was crucified. And the fact that that happened is just even if I was let's say I was a free agent, right? Because all of us have biases, right? So I come to the Quran with a Christian bias, obviously. But if I was a secularist and I was a free agent and I said I'm going to choose a religion and I ran into that verse, I'd be out. Because it's very, very difficult to defend. A lot of my Muslim friends. And actually, I have a theory about that. Okay, so now we're going to have some fun. So Waraka was an Nestorian Christian, and he was kind of like half Gnostic, okay? Well, Waraka was Khadija's uncle. So Muhammad starts getting these visions of Jibril. He goes to Khadija and he says, I'm scared, blah, blah, blah. I'm like having hallucinations. Muhammad was very afraid of being called a poet or basically a madman. So he's starting to doubt himself. He's actually going to kill himself at one point because of these visions or whatever. And so Muhammad, so Khadija says, don't worry about it. You're messenger of God, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to take you to my uncle because my uncle Waraka, he knows all this religion stuff. Waraka is an historian Christian, remember. So Muhammad starts describing all this stuff to him, and he says, oh my God, you're the prophet that was to come, blah, 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 blah. And so Waraka, an historian / Gnostic, is the first person that actually confirms the theological implications of Muhammad and who he was, right? Okay, well, the Docetists, if you read 1 John, the Docetists were a group of Gnostics who did not believe that Jesus came in physical form, because, long story short, they believed that physicality was created by the demiurge, and he was a fool and he was a moron, and the whole point of Jesus was to give us the gnosis to free ourselves from this physical world, right? So you've got this very interesting picture of Jesus being crucified, but then Jesus standing beside Jesus being crucified and pointing and laughing, because it's basically like, these people really think I'm here in the flesh, but I'm not. I just seem to be here, and that's where the term Docetism came from, because it means to seem, to appear to. So Jesus appeared as a physical being, but he wasn't an actual physical being, because in Docetic Gnosticism, physicality is bad, and obviously Jesus is good, so he couldn't be an actual physical being. Okay, what does it have to do with Muhammad? Well, if you look at Surah 4:157, what it says is that the Jews say that they crucified Christ, which is also very interesting, because no Jew would ever say we crucified Christ. They'd say we crucified Jesus or something like that, but they'd never say we crucified the Christ. They didn't believe that Jesus, but anyway, that's fine. So they said the Jews, but then it says, but it only appeared to them as such, or it only seemed to them as such. But they crucified him not, nor did they kill him. And those who doubt this are left to speculation, or whatever. It's a pretty close quote of Surah 4:157. So you see my point. My point is, Muhammad gets his first theological training from Waraka, who was sort of a Gnostic Nestorian guy. And then when he talks about Jesus' crucifixion, he takes a docetic understanding of the crucifixion, which is to say that he only seemed to have been crucified. Well, all the initial Muslims did not have any of this background. Okay, so Muhammad's first followers have none of this background about Docetism and anything like that. So when they see that, they go, okay, Jesus wasn't crucified. And then they came up with multiple explanations for this text, because how do you reconcile that with the historical record? One is to say that, and none of these are in Sahih Ahadith, by the way. There's no Ahadith or explanatory quote from Muhammad about this passage that is at the Sahih level in the Hadith literature. Okay, so Sahih means that it's firm. It's like comes from like a table, like a firm table that you can put stuff on, right? That's Sahih is the highest form of Ahadith, right? Then you have Mutawatir and all this. Okay, so but aside from that, there are basically three explanations. One explanation is that it's the most popular one. Isa is in the thing, and he says, okay, these Romans are coming after me to kill me. Who volunteers to take on my appearance so that he can be my companion in Jannah? Now, this is a very interesting situation, because Jesus is in a situation where he's surrounded and he's afraid and he wants somebody to die in his place. But he promises the person that dies in his place that if they die, they'll be his companion in Jannah. It guarantees paradise. Well, this is very, I don't say hilarious to me, but I talked about this entire situation in a Muslim forum one time, and the guys were all mad at me, and I said, tell me what I said that was wrong, and not a single one of them said I was wrong, because I wasn't wrong about this. Okay, so Jesus is there, he's surrounded by the Romans, he says, who wants to take on my appearance, and then he'll be my companion in Jannah, okay? Well, what I said in the forum was, this is very, very similar to Muhammad's actual biography, because the second great battle that Muhammad took part in was the Battle of Uhud, Uhud, and they started losing. And this is a very long answer to your question, Sean. I don't know if you're still here, but we're just going to go with it. So they start losing, right? So Muhammad gets pushed up into this mountain range, and he gets surrounded. He's in this mountain range, and then the bad guys are coming up. Abdul Muttalib and all these guys, they come up. They're coming after him, right? Because Muhammad had just killed their guy Abu Jahil. So the second in command, they're coming up to kill Muhammad. Muhammad looks at his guys and he says, whoever goes out there in my place will be my companion in Jannah. So one by one, these guys all start like basically taking the bullets for Muhammad, and that's how Muhammad escaped. Okay? So when you're looking at this story that is told to explain Surah 4:157, how Jesus ended up on the cross, but it wasn't really him, it's very, very similar to Muhammad in the Battle of Uhud. Jesus is surrounded, Muhammad is surrounded. Jesus has no way of escaping, Muhammad has no way of escaping. Jesus doesn't want to die, Muhammad doesn't want to die. Jesus says, go die in my place and you'll be my companion in Jannah. Muhammad literally uses the same terms. You know, whoever goes out and dies for me will be my companion in Jannah. The parallels are very obvious. Okay, so what ends up happening? Well, what ends up happening is John puts his hand up, and in the narrative, John is the youngest person there. Okay? So Muhammad looks around, he's like, he's the youngest. So he asks again, John puts his hand up again. He asks a third time, John puts his hand up again. So then Jesus says, okay, it's going to be you. So then John's appearance turns to Jesus. I kid you not, a hole opens up in the roof, and then Jesus gets taken up to heaven. Okay? So then the Romans break in, they see John, they go, but he looks like Jesus, but it's really John. They see John, they take John, they crucify him, blah, 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 okay? So that's one explanation that they have. The second explanation is Judas the betrayer is walking the Roman soldiers up to where Jesus is, and Allah, because he wants to punish Judas, actually turns the Judas's appearance into Jesus. So then they start yamming on Judas, and Judas is like, what are you guys doing? I'm Judas. What are you doing? And they think he's Jesus, and they string him up and crucify him, okay? I promise you, that's what they say. And then the third one was by one of their greatest apologists, who's now dead. And he wrote this book called Crucifixion, and instead of crucifixion, Fixion, he wrote it as Iction. I'm sorry, Iction, as in fiction. And his argument is Jesus was nailed to the cross, but then he went with the swoon theory, that Jesus swooned, that he didn't die, and then they buried him, and then he woke up out of his coma, and then convinced his followers after a harsh Roman beating where he suffered hypovolemic shock in the narrative, that he had conquered death. So those are the three. Ahmed Deedat was the one that came up with that, with the crucifixion book. All three of them are absolutely ridiculous. The fact of the matter is, this is what everybody has to contend with the Christian story, and I don't care if you're a believer or non-believer. Jesus existed. He died under crucifixion under Roman power. Shortly after that, a movement began where groups of people said that they saw him physically after he died, in complete contradiction to the prevailing understanding of how resurrection worked and how the Messiah worked. That's a fact. There was no expectation of a singularly resurrected Messiah. Go read N.T. Wright's The Resurrection of the Son of God if you want historical data for that. That's completely uncontested. It's a fact. So there was no expectation of Jesus' resurrection. As a matter of fact, you see in John chapter 11, Jesus says, I'm going to raise your brother Lazarus from the dead. And Mary says, I know he'll raise from the dead at the resurrection of the just. So they had a doctrine of resurrection at the end of the world. None of them had an idea of a physical bodily resurrection, especially of one specific person prior to the end of the world, especially of the Messiah, especially of a Messiah dying under Roman power and being crucified on a tree. Sorry. It's not there. So anyway, that, and there are other issues with Muhammad and things of that nature, but that, to me, that was a deal breaker for me, man. If I was ever going to seriously consider Islam, And I'm going to be straightforward with you. I'm not one of these people that's like, I look deeply into Islam and I came out with Christianity. No, I came with a complete bias to Christianity. And I don't think there's anything in the Quran or the Hadith or anything that would have moved me from my Christian religion. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I just looked at everything up. No, that's not what happened. But that is a massive, massive, massive problem that I think to this moment the Islamic apologetic community has not even begun to be able to address. And I think that that's the reason why Abu Bakr Siddiq, radiallahu anhu, and Umar ibn al-Khattab, radiallahu anhu, and Ali, alayhi salam. Look, all these guys, they spread Islam by the sword. They were not getting into apologetic debates about Islam. Muhammad did. Muhammad invited some Christians into the masjid, and they debated for 3 days, and they both came to the conclusion that they weren't agreeing with each other. They went their separate ways. But after that, there were no apologetics. They were just killing folks. That's just a fact. And I'm not judging them either way. I'm just saying that that's what happened. So, there's that. 90 to 95% of willfully converted people to Islam are men. It's because nowadays Islam is very misogynist, Sharia especially. Yeah, you know, in Muhammad's day, Islam was very progressive as far as women go. But as, you know, especially the Western trajectory as far as its views on women went, then now it looks very regressive. So, yeah. I'm with you. Thanks for your detailed answer to my question, Vid, but one thing I'm not sure of, why you called me Sean for a second time. Well, Sean asked me a question about Islam earlier, so yeah. But yeah, JMB, thanks for the question. Have you considered Eastern Christianity? I'm open to Eastern Christianity. Absolutely, I am open to Eastern Christianity. Tell us every single thing you know about Islam so we can see how long it takes. No. No. I'm extremely fascinated with Islam, as you could tell. And I've done a little reading on it, for sure. But yeah. What's up, Kai? Kai in the house. He did wipe us out with a flood. You might be onto something. Always a treatment of believers in silly religion. Talk about how silly other religions are. Well, I don't think Islam is a silly religion. I think that it has an Achilles heel, but the comprehensive nature of Islam. You know, Muhammad was not just a political leader, he was not a religious figure like the Pope. Muhammad was a 5-star general, the Pope, and the president in one guy. And this got elucidated out over 23 years of time. So it's a very, very intricate system that is, when the right folks are in power, is very easy to copy, paste, and implement. So I don't think it's silly at all. And I think it needs to be taken very, very seriously. And obviously there was a portion of my life where, you know, I had to take it very seriously. So I did. I don't think any form of Christianity that includes a prosperity gospel is Christianity. Western Christianity is a contradictory concept. Jesus basically preached roaming nomadic communes. Islam's idea of the sword and Jesus are very different. I agree. Hey, I'm quite curious. Did you listen to the last album of Decibel Omega? It did talk about some earthly problems and how right in the wall the world is going. I'm not sure. I actually love more philosophical aspects of the Bhagavad Gita. Scholarly Hinduism is extremely fascinating. Muhammad was a 5-star general, is a fancy way of saying Khalid ibn al-Walid was a 5-star general. Okay, so Khalid, Saifullah. Let me think about that. I don't know about that, bro, because if they would have listened to Muhammad's prescription in the Battle of Uhud, Khalid would have had to turn tail and run. The only reason that Uhud was turned around was because the guys at the top, who were the archers, didn't stay in their positions and went after the Ghanima, and he found that little sliver of opportunity, and that's what turned it around. Which I've been in situations, man, where it just takes a small. You would be surprised. It takes a small window, one guy not doing what the fuck he's supposed to do, that costs people very dearly. But yeah, you definitely could say that about. You could definitely say that about Umar ibn al-Khattab. You know, Umar, he took Khalid off the front lines because people were starting to idolize Khalid. And then they started losing. So Khalid was like, okay, you're in command, but everybody do what I say. They turned around and won. But yeah, Perk, I hear you about Khalid, for sure. I hear you about Khalid. You know, I don't know, man. Khalid had serious chops as a general, was instrumental in the conquest of Syria and Iraq. Yeah, but those were all post. That was all post Muhammad, though. Like, you know, Abu Bakr. Like I said, I think that definitely, you know, when Umar gets all this credit for expanding the Ummah, you know, as they say, I definitely think you have an argument there. But again, the one time when you really see Khalid really line up against Muhammad, he would have lost if they would have followed what Muhammad told him to do. So, I don't know. You can't be both a capitalist and a Christian. Sori is not a Christian. Vin probably isn't either. What do you think of the validity of the Gospel of Judas, where Christ asked Jesus to turn him into the Romans? I find it pretty interesting and confusing at the same time. Well, it's a Gnostic gospel, right? So I don't believe that it's true. Judas is an extremely interesting character. No two ways about that. Hey, Vin, is it true that there was a second version of the Ten Commandments other than the common one most people are familiar with? I saw someone talk about it on YouTube. Well, you know, the Douay-Rheims translation, which is the Catholic Bible, you know, leaves out graven images, which obviously has implications, right, because of their iconography. I get what she's saying, but I still think it's blowing the situation. She's correct. That is a big problem in our country. I don't know what you're talking about. No cross, no crown. Yep, it's true, man. Romans 8, we will reign with him if we suffer with him. So, yeah, man. No cross, no crowd. Judas Iscariot is an awesome black metal band. Who said Judas Iscariot? Have you ever heard that a lot of the early Muslims in India thought Buddha to be a prophet that prepared the Hindus towards Muhammad and Islam in their future? No, but that wouldn't surprise me. Anyone else hyped for the new Mortal Kombat? Yes, I am, actually. I'm like this close to buying a HBO Max subscription just because of Mortal Kombat. Tasco. Everything Catholic has gone through serious censorship. I mean, not everything. But I hear you. Neither starvation nor genocide are inherent parts of communism. Interestingly, capitalism is basically just slightly more humane imperialism, which requires poor people to exist. It's got to be better than the first one. Garbage. Yeah. I told you guys I was 15 minutes an hour ago, right? Irish wisdom preserved in Bible and pyramids. Connor McDarry. I've never heard of that before. Okay, guys. So I think I'm gonna take a shower now. I started off this video angry and upset about shit, but once again, the community has come through for us again, and I'm pretty happy after talking to you guys. So. Freaking thank you, guys. It's freaking 12:15. I've probably been at this for 3 hours. Holy moly. Zombie Holic in the house. Splendor Warrior in the house. Thanks, guys. I'm going to go and buy myself another HD thingamajiggy with Elgato. And hell, I might go crazy and splurge on a 4K camera, and we'll really be in the Cadillac. But I think once I get that hardware thing set up, we'll be able to do. My vision is we do this. Don't tell Sori, but like 4 times a week. We do our live streaming of like we'll do the record we'll record the reactions that people see outside the regular Vid and Sori reactions. I'm gonna do that live with you guys. And then, so that should take up, I don't know, an hour, and then we get to talk for another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. That's the format, because I really, really, really want it to be, what do you call it? Like really an interactive experience, like kind of separate us from everybody else, kind of shift it up a little bit. And once we figure out this live streaming thing, and I think... the guy that diagnosed the issue, I think he was on point, because he had a Mac himself. He had the same situation, and getting this new piece of hardware solved the problem for him. So I've got that, and I've got internet guys coming over too, buying another line of internet, and just like dedicating it only to this. But once we do that, we should be in good shape. Ben, I'll talk to you offline about Web Week. And Kai, let me check out Facebook Messenger. Okay, that should be good. Good night, everybody. Stay safe. Perk, thanks, buddy. Thanks for coming with all the knowledge. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Amy Lee. Thank you, Ben. Okay. New Tom McDonald coming out Friday. Excellent. I'm sure it'll be like the other Tom McDonald ones, but we will review it. Okay. Yeah, everybody keeps saying that there's one pixel out on the camera. That's hell of annoying. And I also am working on fixing the lighting too. So that's coming as well. Okay? All right. Dirk Diggler's here. Dirk never calls me anymore, never texts me, never talks to me, ever. Would greatly appreciate if you would check your emails, Vin. I will do that. God bless everyone. God bless everyone except for Dirk, who never texts me ever anymore. What a friend. What a friend. One of the worst friends I've ever had in my entire existence as a Homo sapien on this planet. That's a lie. Show the screenshot of me not responding. I respond immediately. Thanks for being here and letting me be me. I appreciate you, God. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht. I will check the emails, guys. Biggest cap ever in history. It's true, guys. He does me so dirty. He's such a terrible friend. I've been nothing but good to this guy my entire life with this guy. All right. No, Devin, I'm talking about texting. Like, I text this guy. I'm like, yo, Dirk, bro, what's good, bro? What's up, Dirk? Nothing. Holy shit, some senior vice president just hit me up. I'll tell you what, guys. When we launch this Facebook thing, you guys, I mean this other thing we're working on, you're gonna be losing your minds. All right, seriously though, I gotta get out of here. Much love to all. We need to coordinate our calls better. Yeah, Anthony, I notice you, bro. I don't think I'm my Facebook is facebook.com/VinandSori, Devin. Facebook.com/VinandSori. Nah, I didn't dox him. I doxed my brother a couple days ago, but then I took down the video, so nobody knows. All right, guys, I got to get out of here. It's been way too long. Can't believe you guys stay with me this long. I'm pretty sure I've been on this thing for like 2 hours straight, bro. Vin out. Gone.